And good evening, Australia, and the rest of the world. We are back again for more Quake action. It is finals time.
All right, all right, all right, all
All right,
right.
we got Hamo today. This is exciting.
Yep. All right. Welcome, Quake fans, to the Kuachicups Duel Championship Split 3 online finals. After 3 splits played over 9 months, 6 seats at the LAN finals in June have been locked in by Dandaking, Knight, Redoxide, Salty, Lure, and RR Lucky, but 2 spots in the coveted top 8 are still available. Division 1 at the LAN is the top 8, who will be receiving a share of over $3,000 in prize pool. And the prize pool is still open for contribution, by the way. Just scan the QR code that is sometimes on the screen.
Sorry, yep.
But there's still 2 spots available for that top 8. And out of this top 4, 3 of them have qualified, but Hammer still hasn't qualified for that top 4. He won't be able to qualify through points or placing, however. He'll have to go through the last chance qualifier after he completes his matches tonight. Same with anyone else that still wants to qualify. Tonight, our last 4 contenders in Split 3 are battling it out. That's Dandaking, Knight, crowd favorite Kammer, and a dark horse between Salty and RR Lucky, who are currently playing their last match right now. Tonight's games are all best of 5 double elimination until the grand final, which is best of 7 map in hand. So first up, we have the literal king of Quake, Dandaking, who has won more Australian trophies than I can count, and has represented Australia internationally many times, placing as highly as 6th on the world stage. And versing Dan is Knight, an up-and-comer who started with Quake Champions. Didn't start any earlier than Quake Champions, so he's pretty new to the scene and has risen quickly through the ranks, leveling up his game again and again until he finally took down Dan in the grand final of AQL 6 last year. The players are warmed up, the pick bans are now happening, and the arena is ready to load. You're watching the Kuachicups Duel Championship finals. Your casters now are Fuzzy and myself, Hamo. Fuzzy.
Yes.
What's your thoughts?
Now,
about
first thought
Dan
is
versus Knight?
I hate to ruin your awesome spiel, but it's actually Dan and Cam right now. But yes.
Oh, it is Danacam. Sorry. Sorry.
It was such an epic speech. I didn't want to interrupt. I'm like, you know what?
Thank you.
So do you want to give Cam a bit of an intro?
Danacam.
Yeah, do you want to give Cam a bit of an intro? Not that he really needs it here in Australia, right? Everyone knows. Never knows that. So.
Well, I mean, Kammer, he's been around a long time. He hasn't played many Quake Champions tournaments in Australia. He's always been a top player that just has kind of not participated in the tournaments. And he has always been able to duel with the best, especially in Quake Live. He's been up there with the best. Obviously, tragically, his brother passed away, Phrase. And, we're dedicating the LAN to Fraser. But I think Kammer is coming in raring to go in this matchup. And, Kammer, he plays for number 1. He wants to be the best. He wants to make it to the top. And, I think we have a serious match on our hands. When it comes down to just aim and pure mechanical skill, both these players just absolutely shred in the arena. What do you think, Fuzz?
Yeah, Cam is definitely one of those players who, regardless of who he's playing against, whether or not it's the top tier player or someone Div 3, 4, he's going to put in 100% effort. He's going to prove that he's the best player, and he will take nothing but the highest score. He will take nothing but a win. So he's going to be putting in 100% effort in this matchup, and he's been practicing a lot. So I really do think I've given him a good chance of potentially taking this. It's going to be a close set, I think, overall, right? I don't think there's a clear winner in this matchup.
Well, from what we've seen, Dandaking this season, I feel like he's not in his absolute top form at the moment. It feels like Knight has really caught up to him, and I haven't seen Kama play Dandy King. But you know, it does feel like Dandy King, the gap is closing between everyone and Dandy King. And Dandy King needs to put in a bunch of elbow grease, I think, before LAN to get himself in that top spot again that he's usually at, where he just kind of wipes the floor of everyone, you know? So I think this could be a wake-up call for Dandy King if Kama, you know, comes out hitting hard, maybe takes the first map, and lights a fire under Dandy King.
So that being said, then, what do you think? Do you think Kama can take this? Do you reckon he can take a couple of maps? Do you think he can take the whole set?
I think Kama can take it all the way. I reckon Kama is going for first spot in this top 4 finals tonight. I reckon Kama is, you know, might be an underdog pick. We haven't seen him play much, but I reckon he's my favorite to take out first spot. He has been grinding the game. He's been playing well. He's been putting up all those YouTube tutorials. You know, he has the motivation. He has the desire to take it out. And I think that's really what's going to get him over the line tonight.
Yeah, no, I can definitely agree with that. And yeah, as you said, you know, he's been putting up these videos. So if you haven't actually seen any of Kama's sort of instructional and tutorial videos, go check out his Twitch and his YouTube, because he's been putting up a lot of great content, you know, showing, you know, the fundamentals of Duel, how to play it, different maps, all the sorts of, basically anything to do with fake champions in Duel, he's gone over it. And he's one of those players who, you know, he's at the top of the game, so he knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, 100%.
Anyway, should we have a look into, we've just had our picks and bans finished. Do you want to have a quick run through of what we're going to be looking at for our first set tonight?
Yeah,
so we're
beginning. So first of all, Dandy King. Yeah, sorry, you start.
Yeah, I was going to say, so we're beginning through our maps. Will be Awoken, Veil, and CK will be our first 3. Mm-hmm. What do you think about our first set, the first couple of maps we're going to have?
So first of all, Dandy King bans Clutch from the get-go. I think that was in preparation for Veil, probably, but you know, he picks Awoken, he picks his Visor. Visor is his best champion. He's number 1 on Visor. And yeah, I think, you know, Ranger's obviously a strong pick against Visor. It kind of counters Visor pretty hard. If you can get up close, Ranger is a pretty solid go against Visor. So I don't know, Dandy King, best champion Visor, picks Awoken, it's his home map. Ranger is the counter to Visor. I'd say that this is a favorite for Dandy King from the get-go, just because I think he's comfortable here.
Yeah, I think Visor definitely suits his playstyle. You know, he likes that sort of aim-heavy, aggressive playstyle, which, to be fair, is also something Cam likes as well, right? Cam might be one of the only players, if not the only player in Australia, who I think can either out-aim Dan, or is, you know, on the same level as Dan. So it might, that's another thing that might be a bit of a wake-up call to Dan. It's just how hard Cam is going to be hitting in some of these fights. So I think this first match could honestly come down to how quickly Cam is going to play this, because obviously the Visor is not going to have that advantage in those sort of close ranging games, which the Ranger will, right? You know, that less self damage with rockets. You're going to have the orbs just do that extra burst damage, plus getting around the map. And
Absolutely.
so Cam can play this real aggressive, which I think he's going to want to do, which is also going to play into Dan playing aggressive. So it's just going to be 2 aggressive players just running at each other.
Yeah, I do kind of feel that way, but what I think will happen is Dandy King will play around his sight a lot more, and obviously the orb is, you know, something you play around, but a Ranger is you know, constantly kind of trying to close the gap, whereas a Visor is kind of waiting for their sight to be available to do a setup. So I think what we're going to see is Kama trying to keep the game close range, and Dandy King trying to keep a distance until his sight is up. So yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting matchup, honestly. Do we have Dandy King in the server? Are we ready to go?
Just got in. Perfect timing. He must have heard us. Must have known what was happening. And let's see if these guys are ready to kick it off. This is going to be an exciting first map. Thank you, by the way, for the raid there, Lua.
Are we putting on a prediction for this match?
Just one step ahead of you, my friend.
Oh, very good, very good. So everyone get your predictions in. We got Kama versus Dandy King first up. upper bracket final. This is not an elimination final. In the lower bracket, I believe we have Knight and the winner of RR Lucky and Salty that hasn't quite finished yet.
If Lewis just
Will be
raided
up
us, that
next.
must have just finished. So,
It
how
must
did it
have
go,
just
Lewis?
finished. So who won?
Yeah, fill us in. We want the gossip.
We can get this game underway as well. Oh, can we? This should be your easiest series all night, no doubt, Danny King says. Kama says, I haven't played that. Kama says he's not playing well at the moment. Both of the players say that they're ready.
All right, that means we're loading in. We're excited. First match of the finals.
So, Salty won the lower bracket. So we got Knight versus Salty up next. So, Dandy King versus Kama in the upper bracket of this top 4. Knight versus Salty in the lower bracket. Whoever loses this match will play the winner of Knight versus Salty. And then we'll have the grand final after that. And that will be our 4 matches for this evening.
Yeah, make sure you've got your drink set. You've got some dinner with you. Because we're going to be here for a long time. And we'd have it no other way, right?
Well, more Quake. Hey, it's
Exactly.
Quake Sundays. It's Quake Sundays.
Exactly right.
Who said that? Who said that in the chat earlier? Is Quake Sundays back? We said absolutely Quake Sundays is back. And you're here for it. Alright guys, if you're in the chat, let's hear you. Let's see who your favorite is. Are you going for Kama or are you going for Dandy King? Who do you reckon is going to take out first place tonight? Is it going to be Knight? Is it going to be Salty? Let's see you in the chat. Let's give us some energy and let's get this game underway. Fuzzy, do you want to start it? Start it off? Who are we starting on?
Let's go. Let's start with Cam here. You know, he's the... We haven't seen as much from him recently, so I think it'd be exciting to see what he's going to bring to this. And let's see how he's going to start immediately. Running out, getting this LG and armor going through tip. He's going to get the weapons, but Dan immediately hitting a rail. So quick, the movement there, and a second one as well. This is Cam in a really scary position to begin with. He's railable right now, and Dan not able to pick that final shot, but take both major items. Really strong position to start with.
Dan going for the Cam going for the all play straight away, and he knocks him out of bounds. Oh my goodness! Straight off the get-go.
I've never seen that to begin with in a match of Awoken. So we told you it was going to be some aggressive play, and there we go. That's exactly what we were sort of expecting. Immediate bring out 1-1. Nice shot from Cam through the TP. Getting that rail. Dan now below railable stack. He's got to get this armor, but he doesn't want to pick this TP. Cam just holding the angle, waiting for exactly that situation. Beautiful shot.
Absolutely beautiful pick rail there. You can only see the tiniest pixel of a player, and both players just kind of playing the jank game there. Dandy King gets caught with it. Oh, the spawn rail as well. And he's going for this. Can Dandy King rush him? Oh, good little ledge grab there. And he gets the frag as well. Kama is on... That was a fantastic play, first of all. But Kama is on a roll right now. He's really taking the momentum in his stride. And has he left the heavy up here? No, heavy still spawned. What a rocket. Oh my goodness. So
this is an
Kama
explosive
coming
start
out from the get-go.
Yeah, Cam, so much for saying he's not playing well recently. He's so far, he's been looking on point right now.
As we said, you know, as we predicted, aggressive game. Kama got his orb up, going for the frag. Dandy King. Both players kind of knock each other around. Dandy King comes out on top of that one, and, you know, a minute 30 in, 6 frags already.
I'd expect nothing less from the two players like this, and right now, Dan just looking for this rail. Cam's got the idea, beautiful shot. Cam now weak as hell, he needs armory, and Dan not quite able to connect that shot. Cam, he cannot peek his TP. Dan just watching with the rail, he's ready for him, but oh, I mean, as soon as he looks away, Cam peeks. Gets that first shot, nice rocket jump to get over the Mega. Cam hits into one more rail in return. Dan, he gets that final shot to secure a third frag, making this 1 frag game.
Okay, so we don't have a large sample size so far, but both players are hitting pretty ridiculous rail accuracies. Dandy King on 77%, Kama on 83%. Both players have... Oh, what is that rail? What an aggressive... Oh my goodness, what a shot. That is, you know, like, you know, we all know that lineup off the spawn. We all know that lineup, Fuzzy, off the spawn. You know, you look through the teleporter, they run to LG, but it's very hard to hit. And
I'll say it's not as easy as it looks. Exactly. Cam makes it look so easy to hit that. It's just like it's a normal rail. And it's like, when you actually try and do that yourself, it's very different. I like this from Cam. He's got Dan trapped in the spot, but choice, he fumbles and wants to down to the gauntlet. What the hell is going on? He gets the gauntlet kill. What did we just witness there? Cam just not shooting the rockets for some reason. He wasn't out of ammo. I don't know. I'm lost for words here, Hamo.
Oh man, the players can be so good, but then they can be so bad. Like Kama with the absolute fumble there, just kept changing weapons, didn't even get a shot off, and Dandy King just straight up pummeled him to death.
There you go. We got a gauntlet kill the very first map of the finals night. So, what else could you want? I'm already happy with whatever happens for the rest of the night. I'm content. Anyway, Kama, 2 frags up. We're only 3.5 minutes into this. I feel like we've beaten this map for 7 minutes already, but still in the early stages. 6-4.
I think I'm gonna need a Red Bull to keep watching this one.
Rail not connecting. Dan only got rockets here. It's not the ideal, but as soon as Cam comes in range, LG out. A good amount of damage. Oh, and beautiful rail on that as Dan tries to pick up that armor shard. Gets punished for it. Not able to hit shot on Mega here, and Dan dodging. Cam definitely plays the style of aim where he tries to, he doesn't try and flick. He tries to like walk and use his movement to get the shot off. And I think Dan doing a good job of trying to avoid that, avoid it and allow him to, to make it harder for him to get hit. But I say that, and the beautiful rail there from Cam tries to push in here. Second one as well.
And,
low though.
Oh, wow, it's a rail fest, and both of these players did select rail as their favorite weapon in the interviews. Oh, what an orb! That was beautiful. Dan, like, couldn't avoid it. He walked straight into it. And the LG is 100% straight off the spawn, takes a rocket to the face, doesn't care, and he extends his lead just a little bit more.
Another LG battle here. Both players hitting good LG, and Dan coming out just on top. 22 HP surviving. Heavy is his reward, and he's able to back up here. But Cam, just the aggression immediately coming out with the machine gun blazing.
Kama actually hitting 50% LG so far this map, and I gotta say the last fight that he had, he missed quite a bit of LG, so I reckon it was probably like 75% before that. But Dandy King pops his sight, jumps straight into Cam, and Cam perfect rockets, completely nullifies Dandy King's push. And wait. How come we're on Dandy King now? How did that end
Suicide.
Oh, the suicide, right.
And oh, look at that Cam, he's just flying straight out. Rockets from Dan were huge. But Cam in the end had enough stack to survive that. Get the kill, and now, yeah, 9-5. We're halfway through now. Yeah, it feels like we've been a lot here than a lot longer than 5 minutes, but Cam with the LG doesn't want to take this fight. Doesn't have a huge stack for it. And stack's not great either, and in fact, he's actually respected him a bit there and fell back. Allowed Dan to have that mega, and now Dan will be on this rail position as well. Guess that lower armor shard. And wait on this heavy.
We've got 3 seconds until this heavy.
Oh my
3
God,
seconds.
what was that shotgun? That did huge damage. That must have been like 100 plus shotty just there.
And another beautiful rail off the spawn and fantastic setup. Man, that is just so clinical. And Dandy King with the spawn frag again, but doesn't quite hit it. Will he get shot in the back here? No, but he does catch him again. And Cameron's coming up here. He's going to get killed. Dandy King misses a shotgun. Oh, Cameron would have got on a frag there if he got the rail off, but almost 20 frags halfway through this map. This is an absolute frag fest. And we even saw the map slow down a fair bit, like for like 2 or 3 minutes there, and it's just sped right up again.
Another close engagement here, and again, just Cam getting so much damage off in these fights, but Dan's always just got items to restack on. He gets plenty over here by the LG, but this is the first chance where Cam has actually managed to win the mega health off that engagement. Doesn't have weapons to fight yet. Dan in his upper T position, beautiful rail in this fight, and Cam actually pushes out, takes rocket. He's not healthy, drops on the heavy, hits that first rail down with the LG out. Huge amount of damage, Rock's not connecting. Beautiful dodging coming out from Dan, and he gets the immediate spawn rail too. If he can get this second one, that will be a kill. There's nothing on that side of the map there for Cam to pick up. Sight comes out, and Cam tries to double back, and the rail is perfect. Use of the sight as well. Cleaning up an 11th frag now for Dan, taking the lead with a good, couple of frags here to spare as well. 3 minutes.
So if you were a Kama right now, Fuzzy, what would you be doing to try to bring this back? Like, it feels like Kama is just kind of lost their edge a little bit just here. And
well, that's a good way to do it to start. Just get orb kills.
You know what? I'm just gonna stay quiet and let the pros.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you asked me that question. I'm just thinking, it's like, look, I know these guys are both a lot better than I am, so I feel like I'm more qualified to question what their plays are. But right now, Dan is just hitting everything, and Unfortunately for Cam, that means that he does not get that Mega. He's going to push straight in aggressive here, trying to get some sort of Hail Mary rockets in the spot. He's still got plenty of time to work with. Dan hitting rails consistently, and it makes it so hard. Cam is stuck in that spot. Beautiful rocket jump out, though. Passive of the Ranger. Oh, he almost peaks the rail there. And immediately, look at that. Dan so aware of the positioning. Gets that another round.
I mean,
Cam
like,
is crippled right now.
You got to remember, like, these guys don't have the X-ray vision that we have, you know, as spectators. And the lineups, the prediction, the like visual reaction speed, man, they are just so sharp.
And sometimes
so
you
on top
watch
of
it, you'd think they would have the exact same that we've got as well, right?
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely. Absolutely.
hey, we just met our follower goal, 140 out of 140. Thanks, everyone. We really appreciate that. That's awesome. Anyway, back onto the action. Cam securing the heavy. Dan, waiting over by this Mega Site. 5 seconds to go. Tribot coming out from Cam, but immediate rail from Dan, and a second one too, and Cam just doesn't have the rail to fight back. Put back to the railable state, and this site, this is probably going to be a kill here. And defensive rockets coming out, forcing Dan back, but Cam has to run before he can get any of the armor from that room, so he's still really low on armor. Dan prepared for the upper T position.
And Cam has actually restacked himself really well right here, and he's got position up here. This is actually a really good little play from Kama. He's pushed him out from the heavy area, and so Kama gets that pretty much unscathed.
The time is becoming a big factor here, though. He's got 40 seconds to get 2 frags to tie this up.
Yeah.
Dan's got still a decent stack to work with. He'll have at least one more sight before the end of this match. The rocket jump up into T. Dan just falling back. Doesn't want to take that fight. Oh, nice rail from Cam. Unreturning. Cam's just going to push in here. Oh, he's out. He needs a beautiful first rocket from Dan.
Oh.
He's not able to follow it up with any more. Cam has got to be quick. He's actually going to get Dan out here. He gets the first rocket off. Dan is stacked though. Picked up that Mega. He gets the rail and Dan returns the shot. He gets the kill. The crucial kill that has kept him in the lead. 2 frags here, and I think after that rail, there's no way that Cam gets back into this.
What a shot. That rail was unbelievable. He did just enough damage with his machine gun, and then swapped to rail, and like probably had Kama like a couple of milliseconds before Kama got his own rail off to get the frag, got him back, and there you go, seals the first map. Man, that really came down to the wire.
That was
what a frag fest. Oh my goodness, those guys, absolute beasts, absolute beasts.
And that's going to be the first map of what, you know, the full set that we've got tonight. We're going to have some really exciting matches then. Whew. But Dan, taking down map 1 by a single frag in the end. And, like, that could have gone either way throughout the entire match. It was constant back and forth, back and forth. I think Dan was probably in the lead for majority, but it was always within 1 frag gap there for Cam.
Yeah. Wow. I really feel like Kama, I think Kama like really felt like, you know, I've made the right play here. I really got this. Rocket jumps up to the Mega, hit the rocket, did all the LG, lined him up for the rail, got everything in the bag, and then it all just got taken away from him in an instant with Dander King hitting that return rail, and just like, yeah, what a beautiful ending to the map. It really did come down right to the wire. Oh, and now we got Veil of Nath. What is it? Veil of Goth? How do you pronounce it?
It's something like that. It's like Veil of Goth or Nath or something. It's not what you think it is. I remember
Veil of Nath.
Yeah, something like that, I think. I remember we were sitting there for ages looking at it at one point, and then I completely forgot. You know.
So BJ, interesting pick on this map. I guess, you know, you see BJs on this map sometimes.
BJ's kind of like, you know, he's kind of like a budget ranger, right? Like, he's pretty good everywhere. You know, it's just more damage. But you know, he's decent tools as well to deal with the turret, right? You know, the duel is a faster way to get rid of it.
Yeah, true. That is good for against the turret. The turret is very strong on this map.
Do you reckon we're going to see the starting nail gun selection from Cam?
You know that he loves the shotgun, but yeah, of course that's.
I don't think he's been using it anymore. I think he's back on machine gun as far as I'm aware. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So I think since the machine gun got buffed, they remember got less spread now, I believe. So I think since then he's been back on the machine gun. I could be mistaken, but I believe that's the case. You know, I'll take note at the start here.
Yeah. Well, as far as I can tell from the first map, whoever does the most damage tends to win. And when you pop BJ's ability, you get to do 1.7 times the damage. So in that math, checks out, Cam is probably winning this match.
Yeah, okay, well, there you go. There's Homer's prediction. So yeah, he's on starting machine. We're starting on Cam here.
Yep, and he's going around getting that heavy machine gun and the rail straight up. Favorite weapon. Dandy King only just picked up the Mega, so whoever gets his first frag could potentially be on a run. And yeah, both players just kind of feeling each other out right now. Oh, great angles here. Oh, good setup here from Dandy King. Catches Camo with his pants down, and yeah, we'll clean up that frag. So Dandy King from the get-go making a nice play. But he's too low here. He can't take this fight. Kama can't push though. Oh, rocket to the face. That's absolutely killer for Kama. Leaving Dandy King on 6 health, and both the items now are perfectly synced up. So we should see a split.
So Cam does get out with the heavy there, so he's got a little bit better stack to work with here. Dan still doesn't have rail too, right? And that's one of his most crucial weapons. He loves, and as I say that, he's immediately going to take this opportunity, and he knows where Cam is to go down and secure that weapon. Cam playing into the aggressive play, drops down, hears him got bounce pad. But this means that Dan will get high ground. Nice rail there from Cam. Now Dan's going to try and put the pressure onto this heavy. Great first rocket, and now Mega will be secured. Rails exchange from both players. Dan a bit of a movement blunder. Falling down to the low ground. Cam now in that middle level. Drops down, ready for the rail. Both players hitting that angle. Dan secures that armor and he immediately falls back. Goes to his rail room and gets this extra armor shot. So he's boosted a huge armor stack. Cam, nothing yet to his name. And there we go. First nice rocket there as Dan goes up the bounce pad. Cam not ready for him. The LG out. Cleans up the kill. And Mega will... Oh no. Okay, Cam made a bit of a blunder there. He missed the Mega as he went on top, and Duel comes out, but it will not be enough to stop the massively stacked Dan. 4-0 so far. 2 minutes into this map.
Yeah, and Dan's kind of running away with it. With that nice setup from the get-go, he's really gone on a run here. And yeah, these items are in a run as well. We're going to go to heavy. He can run straight to the Mega, pick that up. He'll be massively overstacked. And I don't think Kama can really contest this Mega right here. And yeah, Dan knows it, just camping the teleporter, trying to scare Cam off. And yeah, just so much damage comes out. And the beautiful setup by Dan. You know, Dan knew, like, if you push this, you're going to get owned by that turret if you come through the teleporter. Perfect positioning. And yeah, just great cerebral play there for Dandy King.
And this Tribot right now from down on the high ground is doing so much damage to Cam, and immediately he's forced back off the map. Heavy will be free for Dan. Cam's going to use this opportunity to try and get the high ground, but I think Dan's stack's still going to be enough to probably win in this fight. The damage is actually fantastic coming out from Cam, and there's some neutral in that spot, but which I think is probably more than he potentially maybe expecting, but you know, he's not going to play with that. He manages to sort of tie things back up a bit here.
I'd say Dandy King's pretty surprised about how that fight panned out. And yeah, this gives Camera a good opportunity, although he's given up position on this heavy armor. He probably wanted to go through the teleporter there. Okay, he's gone up top. He still doesn't know when the heavy armor is though. He's very confused. Dandy King also confused. Why is Kama jumping at the sliding doors like that? I think Kama, not really knowing when the items are right now, just kind of going for the damage. And it's actually, you know, working out not too bad for him.
Yeah, there's a nice rail there on Dan. Put him pretty low, forced him back off. Now, for once, I feel like Cam is in the spot where he can kind of control this map for a little bit now, right? Dan, I felt like, was just dominating everything for so long. For the first time, Cam's going to be able to stretch his legs a little bit, dictate a bit of pace, try and get some control. It's going to be hard still to get in that high ground, right? The turret there, oh, the teleport immediately on the turret. The Duel pops before he goes up, and huge amount of LG damage. Secures his second frag, and that's a good kill for Cam. He gets it cleanly as well, and still plenty of time to go.
These items are perfectly split right now, so, you know, as far as control goes, Kama should be able to maintain some control as long as he just doesn't take too much unnecessary damage. And he's picked up one of the lights as well. So, Dandy King, not much to his name, not much to play with. Comes in very aggressively, kind of throws himself at Kama. Does quite a bit of damage, but, you know, not enough. And, Dandy King actually picked up that Mega. He actually saw that Mega.
Cam's still healthy afterwards, right? And if he can catch Dan out here. Okay, Dan's going to be able to get away. Cam's going to try to get this read here, but Dan's just playing nice catch, waiting on top of that heavy. The LG should be enough to get the kill before it spawns. It is 2 seconds left, and look how quickly this game has come back into a one frag game. Great rail for Dan, though. immediately after Heavy picks up. And Cam, there we go. Finally connecting with some rails. It felt like for ages before. Turret going down immediately, getting destroyed. Jewel comes out to secure this kill, but Dan is actually alive. I think, what, 2 HP did I just see then?
Yeah, 2 HP before the Mega. And the clutch rails as well. Oh my goodness. Kama missed like one or two clicks of LG and it lost him that fight just then. He definitely should have come out on top. It's very uncharacteristic for Kama not to hit 100% in a clutch situation like that. Oh, beautiful rail. He's knocking off.
Yes, he hits the second one here. Dan rail as well. Both lanes standing in front of each other. Both waiting for the rail to reload. Smart play from Cam to swap out to that machine gun. Gets that kill. Dan will secure that item. A beautiful rail from Cam, immediately taking off majority of that mega stack. Dan trying to go for that item. Tri-bolt comes out. Huge amount of tri-bolt as well. Cam just getting so much damage off with all of his weapons right now. But be careful because Dan is playing close. Great rail, but the LG at close range. The rail does not reload quick enough. Cam going down 9-6.
Yeah, Dandaking with a 3 frag lead again. He just, every time you think Cam is making a comeback, he, you know, Dandaking just goes like, hang on everyone, and just gets a couple of frags and extends that lead again. And yeah, Kama just can't seem to really secure the level playing field or the lead.
And Cam stuck in this room here. Jewelwood out trying to just do something, and Dan not allowing him to escape, getting a 10th frag on the board.
You know, so often on this map, you know, you'll see a match that only has like 4 or 5 frags in the whole game, you know? And we've seen 16 so far. And Kama comes straight through this teleporter. Very aggressive with 100% LG. 100% LG. Oh my god, how much damage did he do?
And that's what we expect right from Cam. That's what you got to be scared of. He can just push through like that. And oh, for a second I thought he might have got that jump, but that's all right. He survives. He gets through, and yeah, this is still definitely, you know, this is still a game, right? This is by no stretch over. Turret's going to get in the way. He'll do a bunch of damage, actually, and you're going to destroy it before he leaves. He's actually going to leave it up, but Dan is not. Turrets. He is, but he's really low here. He's railable, and yeah, he's just sitting there, hanging around up top. Cam, beautiful play. You guys go for the spawn. Misses that first rail, and he's actually going to rocket jump. He's going to keep the aggression on. He knows that Dan's got no weapons, and
oh, Dandaking tricked him.
But Dan turns around, takes the shot, and comes like, how dare you do that? 90 damage rail in return. He was not impressed with that cheeky little play.
Oh my goodness. That's unbelievable.
And oh, again, Cam finds him. Dan just waiting around that low ground. Can he get another shot? Oh my god, another rail. Cam is just hitting everything. He's going to push straight in with LG. Dan does not get a single tick of damage. Gets the spawn as well. And you should be able to get this kill here. There's no weapons at all for Dan, and the LG comes out. Good, another pickup for Kama. That is 10-10. We are tied back up, Hamo. 2 minutes to go.
My goodness. When do you see a 20 frag match on Veil like this? But you just can't, there's not much you can do against people that hit this hard, you know? And I think they both realized it. Like, playing a passive, slow game will just mean that the other player gets more opportunity to get frags when they have control. So I think they're both just raring and going as hard as they can to try to get as many frags as possible. Dandaking with the setup here. Kama knows it. The pop early, but he misses so much during that fight. Dandaking almost pulls it out, but not quite. And Kama still should be able to get this mega health. Maybe not, actually. Sorry, I take that back. And Dandaking should be able to get this mega health. Kama now in a pretty precarious position where Dandaking has more stack dropping down onto this heavy.
Oh, Cam just goes for it. He doesn't care. Like, as soon as he sees that Dan misses a shot there, he's like, all right, thank you very much. I will take this item for free. And Dan dropping down from the skies. The rocket's connected. Beautiful shot from Cam, and then Dan flying through the air. Hits one in return. Both players hitting direct rockets to clean each other up. And we're going to be back in the same situation. 1 minute to go. Cam, 1 frag up. Neither players have got too much line of weaponry. Dan is the one who got the spawn next to that frag. So they've both got rockets. And beautiful rail from Cam on the vertical shot. I barely even saw him on the screen there. And another great... That's such a crucial rail this hit. Like, Dan has just picked up both major items. And look at the stack. Camu's actually out stacking him. First rail, another one. Everything's hitting for Cam right now. The LG swap is perfect. Dan hits the direct... 2 frags, the difference now, 30 seconds to go. This could be such a hard map to bring this back. 5 seconds until this mega. This is going to be items for Cam. He's going to have a stack to work with.
And if Kama can win this, like, it will give him a huge amount of confidence after the last map. The way he lost the last map was so devastating. This map, if he can pull it out. It'll give him the confidence he needs to really take out the rest of the match. Otherwise, if you lose this map and he's down 2-0 in a best of 5, it's so hard to do a reverse sweep for someone so good as Dandy King. 10 seconds, Dandy King rocket jumps up, knows exactly where he is. Kama survives on 1 HP, and he will take out the second map. We're going into the third at 1-1.
What an exciting way for this to go. Just 2 maps, both effectively 1 frag, and especially considering we looked at the start of that, right? Dan was in the lead, was 6 frags to like 1, I think it was at some point, or 2 frag, and he was so far in the lead. It looked so strong for Dan, and you sort of start to question yourself, it's like, you know, how's Cam going to get back into this? And then it doesn't take him long, right? He chains a couple of quick frags together, a couple of clean frags, and then he's right back into it, and then we're back onto, you know, a tied game. And then as we saw, Cam at the end there just hit some amazing rockets, some fantastic clutch rails, just keep Dan off his back, and managed to take it out, 13-11.
All right, so we don't have Strog and Pika on the board. We don't have Clutch on the board. We don't have Anarchy on the board. So we're going into Corrupted Keep with Galena versus Death Knight. Now, we might see Cam play a little bit of a slower game now, thanks to this Galena.
Maybe.
You know, you got to... Yeah, I mean, he might play the mid-fight kind of totem game, or he might play the game where he tries to build up the totems. I'm not sure what he'll try to do. I mean, obviously, Corrupted Keep, it's a fast map. You know, you can rack up a lot of frags really fast, and you know, that's great for characters like, you know, Ranger, Visor, Anarchy, you know, any of the fast characters. But Galena, you know, that's more of a defensive character. You know, you got to be kind of on your back heel a little bit more.
Well, the one
you
thing
know,
he does have
holding
with the
your
Galena
ground.
against the Death Knight, though, is that ability to take away that flame strike. You know, we've seen on this map, so because Death Knight is, while a lot of players say, you know, they're not a big fan of Death Knight, this map in particular is one where Death Knight is picked quite frequently, and you know, you do see these flame strike kills quite frequently. It's not uncommon. You know, a lot of these close range, because you get a lot of these, like, you know, close battle LG duels with no railgun obviously in this map, so LG is a lot more prevalent, and what you see it a lot more. So potentially he's going to have that totem there just to get rid of that flame strike after that little bit of extra stack maybe during a fight. We'll see how he decides to use it, because I don't think Danny's going to allow the triple totem up, right? So, and I think Cam's probably going to be aware of that.
Well, it depends what you think, like, how you think about it. Maybe he doesn't allow it, or maybe Cam forces the occasion. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Maybe.
let's see how it goes. But let's start this one on Dandy King.
Yep.
Shall we?
Let's do it. See what the Death Knight's got.
We got Dandy King off the spawn. He gets that mega spawn, gets straight to the LG, the best weapon on this map probably. Straight to the rocket. He doesn't hit the flame strike. Oh, he does in the end. Cam steps into it. Cam forced to go get some health here. And Cam's in a bit of a precarious position now. Beautiful rocket to knock him away. Dandy King doesn't hit the LG he wanted to. Could have probably secured the frag there. Kama with the beautiful spam rocket and survives just with 50 HP after picking up that 50 health bubbles. And yeah, see, he's got that totem up. Gets the re-heal. Got a lot of stack. He is going for the totem game. He's going for the totem game right now.
2 down, 1 to go.
I'm not sure that Dandy King's totally aware of it either.
First thing, as soon as Dan gets a position to go for heavy, right, he'll be able to follow that. He's going to get the spawn right here as well. The nail comes out, gets a little bit of damage off from that, but not enough to try and go for an early refrag. Mega will be up shortly, and Dan's just going to hang around this side of the map and take it. Got the armor shards on this side to secure that armor. There we go. Kama gets that heavy armor.
Excuse me, Mr. Fuzzy. I believe you need to put up predictions for this map.
Oh, my apologies. Yes.
And I'll just keep going with the broadcast while you do that. We got both players kind of filling each other out right now, and both players will realize where each other are. Hitting some spam rockets. Dandy King not quite hitting that ledge like he wanted to. And yeah, here we go. Kama kind of slowing down the game a little bit. I think he knows he wants to play this totem game. He's got his 3 totems up, so he is getting the overheal that he wants. I'm not sure that Dandy King realizes this. And this is how Kama can get back into the map right now, I feel. He can play the totem game, get that overheal, do a bunch of spam, and there you go. Dandy King finally getting down a totem, and there you go. Kama finally getting the LG, but taking too much damage. Way too much damage. 170 LG is way too much. Like that. Just catches him out as he's jumping up. And Kama now back to square one again.
I wonder if that totem was actually enough to like make him rocketable then, because I think he was above 100, and then he walks into the totem.
Oh, Dandy King. Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe.
I'd actually like to see a replay of that, see whether or not that totem actually just won Kama that fight. It's only got him this side of the map, so he's got the LG now. Dan, without that weapon, that crucial weapon on this map, beautiful rocket as Dan gets those 2 time shards, and Cam just wants to put in it. The rockets though from Dan, a strong 18 HP. Cam survives. He's going to sprint over this item, but
6
Dan
health.
spawned over here, and if he takes 1 machine gun, unfortunately, he's got this totem, and he's just running for his life.
But he does pick up the totem. Dan will not realize how much health Kama has, and he might play aggressive here. Dandy King thinking that Kama needs to get these health bubbles, but pushes anyway and gets the frag. And there you go. Dandy King ties up the game. 4 apiece. I mean, Corrupted Keep, Veil of Noth, Awoken. It doesn't really matter what map it is for these guys. They're going to rack up the frags.
You get him on a large map like Ruins, and it'll still be the same thing. It's still going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah, they're so mechanically gifted. Like, they're just playing to their strengths, you know? And, I mean, you can't blame them. These guys are literally amazing. But Kama, with the same position as before, hits 2 fantastic defensive rockets, will keep Dandy King at bay. The Mega doesn't spawn for another 10 seconds, and Dandy King is just setting up for it.
Cam doesn't look like he's going to be over here. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to contest. He's going to try and towards the end, just get a bit of damage, but he's going to be effectively a free item here for Dan. And with 5 seconds still on this item, he's going to have time to get back over here. And yeah, Cam, again, just respecting Dan in that spot. He's just going to try and get some totems down. He's got to start trying to like play until he finds that totem and takes down. I think he heard the ability use, so yep, he heard it, and there goes that second totem as well. So there's nothing left on the map totem-wise for Cam. And with this massive stack deficit right now, he's got to get some unreturned damage.
This is scary for Cam, you know? I think Cam's got to change up his strategy a little bit now. He's lost his totem advantage. He's going to have to play the like, use a totem to kind of restack mid-fight kind of strategy. But actually, Dandy King doesn't have any rockets here. I don't know if Cameron realizes it, but Dandy King doesn't have a rocket to fight with. And Cam is very low though. Oh, he doesn't quite get tickled. The 60 damage doesn't kill him. What HP is Cam on? He looks like he has nothing. And Kama will only just get away out of that fight. Doesn't have a totem yet to place. Oh my goodness. Kama.
So everywhere Cam goes for health, Dan is just waiting for him, and he manages to get the health and get out, but he takes a little bit of damage each time, and Dan just flying in 1,000,000 miles an hour, and actually Cam is the one who's still alive. What a beautiful rocket from Cam, and Cam lives on 9 HP. There is no way he survives in that situation, especially considering Dan came in early with so much damage. Mind you, 30 HP, he's already got this 25 shard. He's in a terrible spot right now if Dan keeps up the aggression, but Dan does fall back. He's going to just play for these items.
And if you just tuned in now, you might think that we are just faking this excitement, but I gotta tell you, this is very exciting. Like, these guys are playing, like, it's very high level Quake right now. It's very close. Every frag they're getting away with either an amazing play or just by the skin of their teeth. Oh my god.
We've already had 2 full maps of that. We're on the 3rd one now. This is a huge amount of machine gun coming out from both players, but Cam's surviving. Doesn't actually get the health from that totem, so he's got to be a little bit careful. Oh my god, the tri-bolt is devastating. And if he pushes in right now, it's a free kill for him. Yeah, Dan just hanging around with Nailgun, hoping that Cam doesn't know the timing. Again, the tri-bolt. Cam is one of the best tri-bolters, I think, probably in Australia. He does so much damage with that weapon. And Flame Strike's going to come out. It hits Cam, but doesn't light him on fire. And he's going to try and go for another kill here. And yeah, Dan's been caught out. There's no HP. He tries to get the shotgun out. It's a little chunk, but nothing of note. And look at this, a beautiful read here. The shotgun not doing enough then. And Cam, look how quickly he's just got those frags. It's what, 4 frags in the space of about a minute.
Oh my god. Yeah, man, the spawn frag ability from Cam and Dandy King, but especially Cam. Like, he's so good on the spawns, you know? It was always a strength of his game, and yeah, they're just so quick to think. Like, you gotta think, like, are these guys thinking about where to go before they even get the kill? And if they're doing that, like, that's amazing considering how well they execute the frags. And yeah, these guys, man, their brains must actually be working overtime.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. Man, I can barely think to myself of where I'm going to be in the next 10 seconds, let alone where I'm going to be, where the opponent's going to be, what items they want. And that's the stuff that all these guys have already pre-thought about. And we're going to see the next engagement here with heavy armor. Flame Strike comes out and does actually connect, but Dan trying to push in. Shotgun will get the kill now. Cam is not healthy. He's taking a lot of burning damage, and Dan's just pushing him with machine gun, trying to punish it a bit. He's actually going to leave Mega up. Dan wasn't quite ready for it, but he will give the item over with 3 minutes to go, and such a huge frag lead for Cam. I think he's at the point now where he can just start slowing this down a little bit. He doesn't have to take such aggressive plays. I don't think he is going to slow it down, especially after hitting more Tri-Bolt like that.
Yeah, and so far this map, Kama has done a lot of damage with the rocket. He's done 2,000 damage with the rocket. Dandy King's done like 1,500 damage, 1,500 damage with the LG. Both players kind of having their weapon of choice in this map. But I think what it's really come down to is Galena's totems. You know, Cam has been playing around the totems really well, using it to restack, and it's been winning him the fights. Only just winning him the fights, but they've been essential in getting the fights. And there you go, Dandy King just kind of jumps in at him and gets the frag. And we might see a swing back here. 8 frags in 2 minutes is a very tall order on this map, but it can be done. There is still time.
Probably not when that happens,
Maybe
though.
not after that. Yeah.
Cam will get the Mega, but yeah, Cam can, as I said, he can just fall back here. He's got this HMG. You see how much damage Cam did with Tri-Bolt? Because like, his Tri-Bolt in this map is so good.
Yeah.
Constantly
fantastic.
just being
He's
just melting down the stack, and the almost direct.
Yeah, he's done,
another one there.
He's done 1,000 damage with the Tri-Bolt this map. That's a lot of Tri-Bolt, I gotta be honest.
Yeah, that's,
you know, it's a technical weapon. It's hard to use.
Well, that's what effectively like 5 full directs, all 3 grenades. What even are they?
Huh? He's hit 20. He's hit 20 of them.
Well, I'm saying, like,
Yeah, I think.
and then Dan just flying in there. They're hitting the flames.
Well, I believe, Fuzzy, they're bolts.
They try bolt, yeah, of course, yeah. I'm a genius here, guys.
All right.
I think Dan did a rocket at himself through the TP there, and Cam actually cleans up that kill.
So both players, you know, realize, you know, this map is over, and now they're both kind of just skirmishing. But they're both, you know, a little bit of confidence and, you know, getting a feel for each other is still on the cards, and this is still important. Like, oh, nice. He goes for the. You know what? I watched one of Kama's tutorial videos, and the video I watched was how to hit rockets, and he goes, "You got to aim up. You got to aim up when you shoot rockets. You got to look up. You got to look up." No one looks up, and he looked up right then, and he got the frag because of it. So, you know, kudos to Camo for sticking to his.
I think it was actually smart
training.
for him to go for the, because you know how high Dan was, right? He could have just gone for the direct rocket on the chest and, you know, probably missed it, but instead he actually went for the roof above him, right? And yeah, it only got like a 60 splash, but if you miss, that's no damage versus that 60 splash. So that was actually really smart of him to go for that shot there. And yeah, it was like, look, in the end, it didn't matter, right? He's so far ahead in this map, but
And there you go, almost 3,000 damage with the rocket launcher coming out of Kama that map.
Yeah,
absolute rocket domination. And we got 2 maps to 1. Best of 5 series here, AOL. Maybe 2 more. And we're going to go on to Insomnia. Now, I'm pretty sure none of these players really like Insomnia too much. I'm surprised that Dandy King banned Deep Embrace and Kama banned Ruins, and neither of them banned Insomnia, because as far as I know, both of them don't really like Insomnia too much.
well, I believe Cam has... We were talking earlier about how Cam's so good, right, with these spawn frags. And I think Deep Embrace is one of the maps that he just knows really, really well. And maybe Dan just does not want to have to deal with the you know, the potential just constant spawn fragging, and that map can have, like, we've seen what some of these top players can do on that map when it comes to spawn frags.
Yeah.
And it can be so hard to, when you've got a player with aim like Cam, you're pretty much guaranteed to take a rail right off spawn almost.
Yep. For sure.
I should pick the right map though. We were talking about Deep Embrace, and then I picked Deep Embrace, not Insomnia.
All
right, let's kick us off. We're going into our 4th map. Let's get another prediction going.
Shout out to Grind Mode, aka... Actually, I won't say your other alias in case people don't know. But shout out to Grind Mode for winning the prediction of last map. Who's going to win the 4th map? Are we getting a prediction up?
We are, yes.
And yeah, anyone who's just tuning in now, this is the first match tonight. This is the top 4 of the KDC Split 3 finals. In the lower bracket right now, we have Salty and Knight, who will be playing next. The loser of this match will play the winner of that match.
All right, well, they're kicking off again. Let's start on Dan here, because he's got to win this. Amo. He's got to win this or he's going to the lower bracket.
That's right. And when do you ever see Dan in the lower bracket? And
it's a scary thought for people in the lower bracket. And look at this immediate destruction, and wow, the berserk in the first 10 seconds of the map. And he's going to not steal away both items. The speed of the Athena of spawn, huge amount of nail damage coming out, but Cam surviving only just, and we're seeing 2 frags in 15 seconds. And what is that direct coming out from Cam? That's huge, but Dan hitting the vertical rail. How are both of these players just putting out such an immense damage output? I'd love to see the DPS output overall of these players right now. 30 seconds in, 3 frags, and it doesn't look like it's going to slow down whatsoever. We thought we had quick action before, Hamo, but this is just taking it to another level.
And I feel like Athena is Dan's pick. But I will say, Kama being so good with the rockets in the last couple of maps, the Doom is going to really be a strong pick for Dandy King right now. You know, rockets, Doom nullifies rockets with that double jump. So I think Kama might be in trouble here. Dandy King not connecting with the LG like he wanted to. Only 4 HP left Kama on. He really flubbed that one. And Kama ties up the game.
Yeah, Cam kind of gave that to him on a silver platter, right? He just flies up into the air, but I think this is probably going to be a kill here regardless. But actually the hook saving him, gets over towards the Mega. Dan just jumping in the air, giving him a free rail. And Cam just wants to get out of here. Not healthy enough to keep fighting, and Dan's just trying to get this angle here, the double jump. He's going to sneak through, I like that. Just quietly gets that final little bubble to get himself above the railable state. We've got just a second now until this major item comes up, and Cam's just prepared for it. First rail comes in, Dan with the double jump, gets one of his own. But unfortunately, the shot back, and the double jump at the last second to avoid that rail. That is such a smart use of the Doom's double jump. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it like that before. And that just shows you how smart some of these players are.
That rail probably skimmed the bottom of his shoes. You know, didn't hit any skin.
Right now, the pressure is on Cam to keep running. Dan is just trying to get these rails off. Cam with no armor. Gotta keep going. Oh, what the hell? That rocket from beneath, 90 damage? That's kind of filthy. And first rocket comes out, not a huge amount of damage. And Dan with the rail gets the cleanup in the end. But I'm going to push right through here. The machine gun probably going to be enough to finish this off. And the hook actually is going to be used to get the kill. Right, the hook does do a little bit of damage if you haven't seen a kill from it before. And again, the rocket's trying to fly straight up the walls. He's got to be careful here. Last time he was in this situation, he did take a rail. The double jump coming out. Beautiful use of the double jump to miss dodge the rockets. But in the end, he gets caught against that wall. And he will go down. He gets one rail off.
That's not where you want to be caught against Kama with a rocket launcher in a little room like that, where he can aim up and hit you with all those rockets. And now Kama trying to hit these rails, wants to get this Mega, doesn't quite get him in time. Dandy King gets the Mega, but Dandy King keeping the pressure on, and he will dive at Kama. Kama gets the frag, and he will extend his lead. All right, so 3 minutes in, 8 frags. It's a deja vu for the last 2 maps. What a jump! Beautiful jump there, but wow, I didn't surprise Dandy King. Nothing gets past Dandy King, and yeah, Dandy King, 1 frag, tied up.
It was really nice Athena movement. I just want to quickly point out, like using the the passive to get up there, and a bit of a missed rocket jump there. There's still heaps of time before this next item, so it shouldn't really cost Dan a huge amount. But pushing him from this low ground is such a dangerous position to be in. Your opponents raining down rockets, and Cam hitting a massive amount of damage. But the stack that Dan had was just enough to survive. Gets this armor as well before going back in for heavy. Look how much stack he's got now immediately after that fight. So I'm just gonna have to be careful. Again, using that double jump there, he can get over towards that platform quite easily. Cam has to run. Defensive rocket's not connected. He does get the rail, but that huge rocket coming out from Dan. And another direct. And wow, Cam, he's always hitting so much damage in these fights before he goes down. But the problem is, They're always moments before Dan goes through and picks up these items. So he's going to get this here. I think Cam will be waiting with the rail, doesn't connect though, so he's forced to fall back. Dan hits a shot here. Great rail is actually available. Gets heavy. He's just going to back off now. Mega will be up momentarily. Cam, though, immediately in position. He's so quick with his movement here, and he gets both those rails, gets the kill. The LG not enough, and immediately Pinus back up again. They're using the hook. Speed. Gets over this far side of the map.
These guys, like, just do not take their foot off the pedal, and I think Kama might literally use a foot pedal sometimes, so that's a little bit of a pun, I guess. But
beautiful shot, and Zerk gets popped, and Dan's just kind of running in crazily and goes down.
I mean, if Dandy King hit a punch just then, he would have won that fight. It's 75 damage, would have got him over the line. But he didn't quite get there, and he will sneak this Mega here. He totally surprises Kama. He actually hits the pummel, gets the Mega, and scares him off. So Dandy King taking up Kama just then, and this could actually really work in his favor. Collects the rail, and yeah, Kama's a little bit low here. He's got to be careful. 5 seconds till the heavy.
I don't want to say anything. I'm sitting there trying to say who's going to win this, but I don't want to say anything yet in case it curses one of these two players. This is so close. Both players critically low. I couldn't tell what was going to happen. There were so many things going on there. Both players just dodging each other, not connecting with rails, hiding around. There's just everything happening, and we're going to see immediate engagement straight back here. The rail connecting from Cam. He's got no armor. He wants to keep trying to run here. He does. Oh, he's actually going to play an aggressive. Falls down. Dan getting some LG on him. And this will be Kama's chance to just leave, get out of here, but not looking down. He takes a rail in the back. Means he's not too overstacked as well, so he's doing a good amount of damage. We saw this exact situation last time. Oh, the movement blunder. It's probably actually going to cost him here.
2 seconds for the Mega.
He's trying to be on that angle so that Cam can't hit that rail like last time. And yeah, so we go. He does what he was trying to do exactly worked out. Even denying that armor shard there as well. Still no armor at all for Cam. The one by Rockets should be up momentarily, but the rail connects. Cam left on absolutely nothing. Dan just trying to read this. He knows he's going to be going towards that side of the map. Rocket. Falls back at the last second. Rocket jumping up high ground.
With absolutely full control right now. Kama only 65 health to his name. Just picked up that light armor. Dandy King's way overstacked. Dandy King wants to find the frag now. Dandy King wants to put the pressure on. I don't think Dandy King wants to let Kama just keep kind of running around picking up these light armors. And that's what Kama's doing. He's really slowing down the game right now. He knows Dandy King has full control. There's a perfect split between the items. 15-second split between the items. Dandy King actually leaving up this heavy right now to go do damage on the light. But yeah, no, the timing doesn't quite link up. And Dandy King with 320 stack versus Kama 175 stack.
Mind you, all it takes is a situation just like that. I was going to say a couple of rails, but how about a huge rocket and a bunch of LG? And then he's just going to push straight in, and wow. Kama got that. Look how much damage Kama took in that fight. In fact, I think he gained health in that fight by picking up the armor shards from Dan. You would never think that considering the stack is on. Beautiful swap out to the shotgun. Love the weapon choice as he goes through that TP.
All that was required was a beautiful setup. You know, caught him on the double jump across, really read the play, and yeah, won that fight really cleanly. But Dandy King pushing through, doing so much damage. Kama's actually gone around him. The hooks have been clutched, and he catches him mid-air as well. Oh my goodness.
Even the spawn rail too. Doesn't hit the second one. He's actually really low. Him Mega comes up with, again, 2 HP that was, Hamo. 2 HP. He survives on for a second time in this fight, in this map. And another. Look at the Cam's aim style there. That's what we were talking about earlier, right? He just waits for the player to move. Even though Dan was in his screen, he just waited till Dan walked into his crosshair. Took the shot. Nice clean rail. And beautiful rockets. And is this it? Is Cam... Oh, does pop out in the end. Shotgun would have also worked, but he hits the rail, so it doesn't matter.
One more frag, and he's really sealed the deal here. Or, you know, if he can delay for like a minute or so, 30 seconds even. You know, time is slipping away here for Dandy King. Dandy King has full control, but Kama knows it. Kama's trying to get away. Dandy King's putting the pressure on. Dandy King comes in with the punches, gets the frag, and 4 frags in it. Can Dandy King close the gap and
if Dan can get a kill right now, especially considering how low Cam is, okay, he does get. That seemed like a very delayed rocket for a moment there. But
yeah, he hit the back wall.
He does get it. So it's not over yet, and
Oh.
Cam's just pushed him. He's got shotgun and two beefy shotguns.
Dander King is going to be kicking himself for not hitting that rail just then. If he hit that rail, it probably would have been able to allow him to get the frag, but instead, Kama gets the heavy, Kama gets the frag, and that's probably going to be the map. And we're going to go to a 5th map here in the upper bracket
Cam's
final.
won 2 already, mate.
Oh, Kama's won 2. Sorry,
This is it. Cam's going to the grand final unless Dander King
King's going to get
kills.
knocked down into the lower bracket. Oh my goodness. When do you ever see Dander King get knocked into the lower bracket?
As I say, whoever's in the lower bracket, I'm sorry to say to you, but yeah, you've got to have to fight Dan now. Like, to be fair, if you're either fighting Dan or Cam, right? So regardless, it's going to be a scary prospect. But and he's going to keep trying to push, but this will be it. Beautifully played by Cam, and he will be our first grand finalist. Moving up in the upper bracket, Dan will be moving down, going down.
Wow. I'm sure Dander King is used to kind of, sitting back, after the upper bracket final, being like, all right, now I'm gonna go have my dinner, put my kid to bed, do all that stuff, come back in a few hours, play the grand final. But now Dander King's really got to lock in,
Yeah, exactly. He's got one more lower bracket, and then he's got to move back up into the grand final where, it's best of 7 and it's map in hand. And usually, as you just said, Dan's used to being the one with the map in hand. This time, not the case. Cam's going to be the one with map in hand, so he's going to have to work his way back into it. And I see that chat was heavily predicting Cam actually to win that 90% to 10%. So,
wow.
Faith in potentially the fan favorite there of Cam. So that is our first set.
Wow, that was really entertaining game.
Yeah, what an exciting set that was. Wow, it's if that's anything like what the rest of what we've got tonight, then we are going to have some awesome matches still to come.
Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, this is the Kuachicups Duel Championship Split 3 online top 4 finals. And yeah, we just had the upper bracket final between Dander King and Kama. Now we're going down to the lower bracket final, Knight versus Salty, aka YOFW, aka Eshe Whoopi Goldberg, aka I don't know, whatever other names that he has. But yeah, we're gonna move on to the lower bracket elimination final now.
Yes, that means every single match we watch tonight for the rest of the night now will be elimination game. So.
And we're just going to have a quick 2-minute break. We'll get that all set up for you, and then we'll be back.
All right, we shall be back soon. Stay tuned. Go grab yourself a drink, get something to eat, and do not go far. All right, everyone, let's start having a look through our picks and bans. Oh, immediate excitement from me, and I know from everyone else in chat. The immediate clutch pick coming out here from Salty map 1. So we immediately get bans Insomnia and Deep Embrace. Banning the 2 new maps to the pool. We see Blood Covenant, Clutch Athena to launch us straight off. Knight banning Ranger. This is actually going to be interesting because Knight is the one who picks the Athena into the clutch. Because normally a lot of players I know don't like having to face that light into a heavy because it can be just that stack differential can be really overwhelming. But you know, he's got faith in it, obviously. And he opts to pick it into the clutch, so we'll see how that goes for him. Moving on to CK. It's a band here from Salty. Knight pulling out the Strog and the Scale Bearer. Side of Salty. Salty being one of those few players who would, yeah, very happily sort of pick a heavy champion over one of the lights early on. Sorry, over the mediums early on. You do normally see, especially in a best of 5 like this, you'll see most of the mediums heading out of the map pool before you see anything else go, minus in a few maps. But Salty, Shrulls, a couple of players who will actually opt for these heavies. Moving down our third map of Awoken.
Yeah. Yep. So, no Insomnia, no Deep Embrace. I gotta say, Deep Embrace doesn't seem like the most popular map amongst these top-level players.
Yeah, I feel like Deep Embrace, like, it's not a bad map, but I think the problem is, yeah, just because of the, the sort of runaway potential of it, the spawn frag potential of it. If you don't know how to get, if you don't know all those spawn frags yourself, you're at such a big disadvantage. So anyone who does sort of know them can just run away with the map. Just so even more than what like CK, right? I think prior to that, probably CK would have been the most sort of like snowbally kind of map.
Yeah,
but
totally.
I think Deep Embrace is even more so suffers from that problem of just being able to snowball it.
I just want to point out, Salty's gone for the double heavy start. We got Clutch, then Scale Bearer against, Clutch against Athena. It's a pretty bold pick. Athena has the movability to stay away from the clutch.
The clutch is just as quick, right? So it's Athena has to use the hooks to get away, right? Where Clutch just has to use that double tap. So it's the verticality. Yeah, the verticality is what's going to be there for Athena. Because as I was saying before, like a lot of players, the light into the heavy can be a bit of a sketchy matchup. So it'll be interesting to see because Knight picked the Athena into the clutch.
Oh,
Knight got first ban. So yeah, no, Knight
Oh.
chose to pick the Athena into that situation. So he still clearly rates it.
And we're getting down to the hairy part of the best of 5 now, where there aren't that many champions remaining. And I mean, it's still pretty typical picks. I mean, BJ on Ruins is not so typical, but he's quite good in the mega and heavy rooms. And Slash is obviously a great pick on Ruins. I just want to point out, an Anarchy vs Sorlag on Awoken is quite unusual. It's double CPM movement Awoken is very unusual. And
what else is very unusual is the fact that we haven't got a single medium picked out of Salty yet. 2 heavies and 2 lights.
So true. Has this been Salty's secret flavor of the season?
Well, no, he likes his heavies, and there we go, Akil as well. So he's picked 3 of the 4 heavies out of the map pool. And Knight picking the Eisen into the Keel.
Yeah, but Eisen on Veil of Noth is.
See, I would say Eisen is one of the best there, unless you're playing against a Keel.
Oh, because of the grenades.
You can just one tap a turret. So it's interesting that he chose to pick that, like, especially considering, I suppose, look, I know I like Death Knight on Veil, but these guys are a lot better than I am, so maybe they, disagree. But regardless, we're gonna have some interesting matchups between these two. Again, like, no mediums coming out from Salty. Immediate Clutch versus Athena on Blood Covenant. I don't know. What are you thinking?
This is, you know, clutch on BC versus Dina is very unusual, and to be honest, I'm really interested to see how this clutch plays out. Obviously, we know what Athena can do on Blood Covenant. A lot of verticality, a lot of fast moving around the map. The rail is super valuable. I feel like if Knight gets on top early, then there's no chance for the clutch because he won't let him get the rail. He'll stay on top of him the whole map, and you know, Salty will just get burnt out from the map. But I feel like if Salty can get off to a good start, maybe get that rail so he can go toe-to-toe with the rails, maybe trap Knight in one of the rooms, you know, using his shield, you know, getting him into a corner and getting a couple of frags. If we can see Salty get up early, I think this could be a really interesting match.
I just hope Salty's put in a bit of work into his clutch since we last saw it, because it wasn't bad, but it could certainly, I feel like, use a little bit of work from last time we saw it. So, you know, few little movement blunders here and there, and just a couple of times, you know, the shields just like popped a little bit late in fights, you know, down to like 100 health, and then the shield would get popped. So, you know, as a clutch, you know, you want to be popping that shield early and frequently, right? And if you don't, and when it's not up, you want to be getting those time shards, and that's one thing that Knight's going to be able to do a great job of. He's going to be able to run through the map and just eat up every single time shard on the map. So as soon as the shield's been used, there's a potential chance that there will not be a single time shard ready to go. There's only 6 on this map, and they're pretty easy to get to.
And we're just waiting for a quick toilet break by one of the players before we get into this match. Do we have predictions up?
We can chuck a prediction up early and see what everyone thinks is going to happen for this one.
I know I have 4,000 channel points, and I'm ready to use them.
Ready to lose them all. Who are you chucking yours on?
It's Caster's curse, mate. It's a lose-lose. You know, whoever I bet on always loses.
I always go for the... You know? Whenever I'm putting channel points on, you put a channel points on whoever you don't want to win. Because then, if the person who you don't want to win wins, you get channel points. If they do lose, then the person you wanted to win has won. So it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. Yeah, always win either emotionally or with your pocket.
Exactly right.
Yeah, it just feels kind of bad when you lose 4,000 channel points. That's all.
I'm waiting to see 4,000 points pop up on someone, though.
All right, we're ready. Let's get the game.
We're ready. All right. Blood Covenant map number 1. There we go. I think I just saw down for 4,000 channel points potentially go somewhere. No, there was actually only one person. 6,700 on Knight.
They weren't mine.
They weren't Amo's.
All right, guys. I've put 40 channel points on Salty. 50. All right, you know what? I'm going up to 100.
Big spender here. Big spender.
There you go. There you go. Swampy
with 6,700. Oh, big.
6,700 bet on Knights of Athena. I don't know, Swampy. I don't know. You haven't seen Salty on clutch. We don't know what he's capable of.
No, we have. Unfortunately. No, it's not bad.
But Swampy hasn't.
No, he's been in the chat every time in the last few weeks. He's been, you know, he's been putting in his support. Thanks for Swampy for tuning in, man. All right, we're starting on clutch. We're starting on Salty every time. That's my rule.
Round begins.
Clutch always starts with the screen time.
2, 1, fight.
Lower bracket, elimination final, Kuachicups Duel Championships, Split 3. We got Fortnite Rez. He goes up the jump pad with the LG. He's going aggressive straight from the get-go. This is the play to make, I think. And the heavy only just got collected, so a 6-second gap between the heavy and the mega. And Knight does have that rail, so both players have the rail right now. And Salty, I think, just trying to work out where Knight is so he can trap him. Yeah,
he doesn't want to take that sort of first rail, right? I think Knight's thinking the exact same thing. Neither of them want to take this first rail. Oh, Knight, cheeky play, going up the field. Did he hear it? He didn't. Got no idea where Knight is, and the angle peeking from up top, and 2 rails coming out. Salty.
What a flick!
Beautiful shot from him as well, hitting the right target. And he's going to push in.
He
there we
pops
go.
it.
The early shield. This is what you want to see. Pushes in LG. Knight really strong though, and wow, 2 HP in their first engagement.
Oh
It's
my
gonna
god,
be
you gotta
another day
hit
of
better
this.
LG than that, Salty. You have to hit better LG from that. He's gonna hit 100% LG, but even with the shield, he couldn't get the frag. So that's not a good sign for Salty from the get-go. And there you go, Knight. Straight as soon as he gets his it going, he has Salty under his thumb. And yeah, I think this is gonna be a little bit scary from Salty now. He had a chance, but he blundered it.
Especially now, Knight. This is beautiful from him. He's just putting this little bit of extra delay onto this heavy. He's got this 2 frag lead immediately to begin with. Looking straight up, we're going to see the fly through. Beautiful rail coming out. Wow, he's so prepared for that angle. And the second one too, this is huge. This is taking Knight stack down to almost nothing. The armor shard's not here either. Mega will now be Salty's for taking, if he knows the timing for it. Which he does.
He does know
over.
the timing.
Just going to get rid of the rail. Beautiful shot. Now removing all the armor from Salty's side.
5 seconds. 5 seconds till this. I don't know if Salty realizes it. Oh, that would have killed him, and he would have gotten the heavy as well. Salty just hanging around.
It's risky, but I don't think Knight would have expected him to be hanging around him. He gets a beautiful shot off there, but Salty's still so critically low and almost hitting it going up the bounce pad. Knight just holding this rail angle. Ups to pull back here. He's going to have to get some more rails in a moment, so he's probably going to get this armor shard. I wouldn't be surprised if we see him hook straight back up top to get that extra rail ammo.
You gotta hand it to Salty. Like, I thought Knight was just gonna frag and frag and frag and frag, but Salty has defended himself, slowed down the game. He has poise. He has, you know, he's got composure, and he's coming in here. He pops it a bit late though. He pops the shield a bit late. He doesn't hold his ground. He takes a ton of damage, and he ends up just trying to survive that fight instead of making the aggression happen. And you know, Salty's now got to build his way back up again.
I think he's going to be going down here. The HMG comes out. Not actually connecting with as much as I would expect, but the aggression's still going to keep coming in here from Knight. Not going to allow him to get away free. Securing those extra rails now. And heavy. Ready for Knight to take. Plenty of time to get over towards the other side of the map as well. This time, I like that from Knight. The only small little thing, but even if you noticed, he went up from the opposite side of the bridge, right? Salty's preparing from the other side, and then as he flies past, he hits that rail in the back. The fridge goes down for a 3rd time.
The fridge. This is not just any fridge. This is a double stacker LG, clear screen,
Flying fridge.
protection flying fridge.
Very expensive. Very, very expensive.
Absolutely.
Top quality equipment out here. Knight right now, he is showing no respect. So his shield comes out immediately, but Knight back
It's
down
good
of LG
damage
range.
from
Stop the
Salty.
rail.
Oh, Salty could have gotten that mega then, but he actually doesn't realize it spawns or whatever. For some reason, didn't pick up the mega and he drops off. He could have gotten that mega. It would have given him a huge advantage. But now Salty's kind of just looking for scraps, and what a beautiful rail there from Knight.
Even if he doesn't get his kill here, Salty's just so low that doesn't matter. He cleans it up anyway. He's going to go straight over to the other side of the map. Get this. He's prepared for the spawn too. Perfect immediate rail. A nice shot from Salty as he drops down. Heavy is up, and Salty's actually going to try and push through and get it. Rocket doesn't do a huge amount of damage with the extra rail there, and I like that from Knight. He gets that rail, and he just falls back. He doesn't need to keep fighting there, because if he takes another rail, he's in a critical spot. Then he can fall back. He can get these armor shards. There's even another armor shard for him to fall back on now down the lower section. He catches him off. He takes that rail, but one return from him is so much more important. Denying those the time shards as well as he hooks through them. No rails for Knight, but being an Athena, that really doesn't mean much. You can just hook up whenever you want. Lovely swing there as well. Just minimizing the amount of time he spends in the air.
And Salty's done a good job again of kind of slowing the game down. And you know, Salty's trying to just find an opportunity. Okay, he's got to get his stack up. He's got to find an opportunity. Okay, he kind of blundered his first 2 or 3 opportunities, but I feel like Salty is dictating the fights, whereas Knight is just trying to kind of play around the map, play around Salty. But Salty's the one who's kind of, you know, choosing when and how to fight. They just kind of haven't come out in Salty's favor.
Yeah, nice. I think the thing is just Knight's stack has been, you know, almost the same as what the Clutches is, right? Just because he's been controlling the items. So it's like when these fights come out, even with shield being used, and like look here, it's like immediately 2 rails coming out from Knight. So every time they take this fight, Knight's just getting so much early damage on. And
Yeah.
now he's going to keep trying to aggress.
Knight's hit 81% rail so far and 44% LG.
Yeah.
So, you know, when you're hitting that high percentages, I know he's shooting against a clutch, but you know, you're not going to hit those percentages versus an Athena unless you are absolutely on your game, you know? So that's really like, you know, Salty's got to hit harder, I guess.
Yeah. Comes like that. And also just, I think, shielding a little bit earlier in some of these fights, right? Because if you take too much damage early on, it doesn't matter if you shield. If you shield with 100 health, that damage reduction really doesn't help you out that much. It's still only a couple of rails and you're dead. So if you shield now where you've got, you know, that full like 225 stack or so, that's a huge amount of stack to work with. But oh, great rail there as Nice tries to hook for us. This could be a good opportunity, but potentially we could have just seen shield pop there and walk straight in. Second rail misses. Salty on this low ground, he's just trying to jump up top, and he gets the rail. Actually, Knight missing the easy one. Hook to get out. I like that. Oh, but Salty, beautiful rail. He's just keeping this pressure on, and Knight, for the first time I think here, he's having a run for his life. There's not much on this side of the map for him to pick up either.
And he's made an opportunity for himself here, Salty. You know, that was a really
that was a critical miss, I think. There, I think Salty really had to get there because that was a railable state there for Knight. One of the first times I think in this map. Was going on the low ground, trying to catch him up, but Knight just prepared for it. And he even wins Mega now. And that's just, I think, the problem that Salty's running into is the fact that even when he gets Knight low, Knight's returning so many rails. And it's just making that sure that Salty's stack is never at a comfortable position to take a fight.
Yeah, 100%.
Now Knight just playing quiet because we're at the point now where the time is a major factor and he's going to get a kill out here. There we go, the shield. Early pop, I like it, but unfortunately playing against the Athena, look how quickly he gets out of there. And before Salty even realized that Knight's just gone. Does get a beautiful rail. The shotgun comes out and the hook, a huge chunk of damage, but Salty finally getting on board, but I think he's going to immediately go down to the Knight.
Yeah, and the rail spawn is just so punishing. You know, you get that rail off spawn, like, you know, that's so punishing.
And when you're playing against an Athena, you kind of just have to assume that they're always going to have rail. Because, you know, they can get it. Like, you spawn pretty much anywhere and you can get the rail for free. And Salty's just trying to, rocket jump here. Kind of just has to at this point. With such a small amount of time left, 1.5 minutes, 4 frags behind. And Knight showing no signs of slowing down. In fact, the GG call is even going to come out. 5-1. It will be Knight's game. Congratulations, Swampy, for winning all those channel points.
Swampy on top, Plump on top.
And it will go to Knight.
And if one of the admins could please put in the scores for the Dander King versus Kama game, that would be great. Just to set it up as we move forward. If anyone remembers, I'm pretty sure... Hang on, maybe chat can help me out here. It was 12-13 on the first
I think it was 11-13, wasn't it? I think it was 2 in the end.
Was it?
I think it was 2, yeah. Okay. It was like 1-1, and then like it was 2. I think Dan got an extra kill again. So I think it was 11-13.
Then Vale. Kama won that by like...
Just by a few, I think.
12-13 first map. Okay, yeah. Second map was... Can't remember Vale, yep. I know Kama won it.
17-7 CK, that sounds about right.
Or maybe like 12-8 or something. CK was 17-7, yep. And then we had Insomnia, which Kama won, I think, by like 5 frags, like 8-13, something like that. All right, that's good enough. I reckon that's pretty close. All right, back to this match though. We got Corrupted Keep up now. Salty on the Scale Bearer. Knight on the Strogan Peaker. Now, I'll be honest, I feel like Salty's use of the clutch was actually pretty good that match. He didn't get the shield off at the perfect moments. His movement, you know, he didn't corner Knight as well as he probably should have, but it wasn't bad by all means. Like, Knight would have absolutely rolled him if he wasn't very good on the clutch. So I feel like Salty is feeling strong on these heavy characters, and I'm excited to see what he does on the scale on Corrupted Keep, because scale on CK can be a really strong pick in the right hands. Obviously, Strogan Pika is a fast character, can be good at running away from the scale. You know, obviously the Pika is really strong, but yeah, I'm excited to see what Salty can do with this scale barrel. And let's get your predictions up in the chat, everyone.
Yeah, I personally I like the scale on this map. I think that scale is just a really strong champion here, and this map just really laid out really well for scale. And as you say, it's strong on every map. But yeah, I think again it could go either way. I think I would have to lean this towards Knight, right? Just from the way he was playing. Knight was just playing so convincingly on that first map.
Well, I don't know if Salty's ever beaten Knight in a competition match.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so I feel like this is definitely, you know, Knight is the favorite. Let's start this one on Salty though, because he's got the scale bearer, and you know, Salty is the dark horse. Salty is the up and comer. You know, Salty is only 13 years old. Or was only 13 years old, you know, only a couple of years ago. And and he gets that heavy armor spawn. He goes for the rocket launcher. Knight has the LG straight off the get-go, and Salty knows to pick his battles.
I like that position from Knight. He goes up on that higher platform where the scaled charge is not going to be many use.
Oh my god.
Knight is just destroying him right now, not allowing him to get away from... I don't think... Did Salty actually get a single tick of damage up in that fight? I think that was all Knight.
0 damage.
Yeah, I see the charge come out and... Oh no. That's Oh wait!
Oh!
What happened? He sort of half fell out and then... That is so unfortunate for Salty. I don't know what happened there properly, but...
Did he go to pick up the shards or something and walk out of bounds?
No, because you can't do that. He got launched up. But then it was... Like, he landed just on the other side of the... Oh, I don't know. Oh, again,
I've never seen that happen before.
And of course it happens.
Oh, it's a lot of damage. 6 HP he left him on. But
let's get that destroying a couple of bubbles as well, so... Stacks up pretty quick. Huge machine gun, but the LG is just in range, and not going to be able to finish the kill off, but Knight can't hang around. He's got no health whatsoever, 5, and he keeps running. Finally does get these 225s. But Salty should be in a good position to try and clean this frag up. Beautiful defensive rock going out from Knight. He's just playing as fast as shotgun, but there's no way that Knight actually wins this. He's actually going to win this. Salty on absolutely nothing, and Knight's already taken away all of the health on that side of the map.
And Salty is completely crippled right now. There's nothing on that side of the map for him to pick up. He's got... Salty only has 2 HP, and Knight knows it. Knight's going in hard, and yeah, Salty, like, he just throws himself at him, tries to get as much damage as possible. Doesn't really achieve much, and yeah, it's looking a bit dire here for Salty right now. Knight has him right under his thumb.
Yeah, Knight right now is just looking fantastic. He's just hitting so much damage in every fight. He's positioning himself really well to not have to get in that, you know, the way of the scale charge. Salty's trying to set up this trap, hoping that Knight comes out there, and Knight just waiting as well. And unfortunately, Knight is going to head out this far side. Look how quick he is. Straight onto that heavy. And Salty still just playing this quiet. Not making a single sound, and neither player wants to go and make a mistake here. Immediate peek out, Strug, huge damage, direct hit, and Salty's immediately in a bit of a scary situation because he gets down to 100 stack machine gun. Look at this, every single time they get into a fight, Knight's weapon choice has been phenomenal. He's always made sure he's got that machine gun out ready to go at range, always getting off maximum damage. Scale just trying to run away for dear life right now, and just listening out for it. And Salty goes for the peeker on there.
But Knight's actually given up the heavy just then. He Knight did a really good job then of trying to deny the light armors, but he's getting pushed here by Salty. Salty's coming in with huge LG. Knight aims up at the rocket, doesn't quite connect it, and Salty will get the frag. Amazing play there by Salty. I was saying Knight was doing such a good job. Oh, I don't have time to analyze right now. They're both going straight at each other. Salty can't kill the Pika, and Knight will get the frag. Oh my goodness, chaos. Absolute chaos.
It's turned up to 100 all of a sudden. The charge comes out just to keep himself alive, and he just charges desperately to that Mega to give him some stack to stay there, and Knight's just going to keep charging him. Machine gun out, great defensive rocket. I never actually managed to pick up the machine gun, and this time LG acquired. It's a huge burst. He's going to run straight assault here. Perfect super shotgun at point blank.
Oh.
Cleans up that kill, and that weapon is doing so much damage against this heavy. Beautiful play here on the catch as well off spawn. Just playing to his weapon advantages. This time, however, he's got no more LG left, so Salty will be free to grab that Mega. Going to push in towards the side of the map now. And dropping down. It's a bit of a dangerous spot to be.
15 seconds for this heavy. Knight was there very early. Oh my goodness, that's very unfortunate for Salty. He doesn't even.
The fact that Knight managed to land perfectly, yeah, it's just that one is very unlucky. And the fact that Knight lands perfectly on top of his head.
Yep, and he's called it GG.
He's called it GG already, early GG.
That'll be 2-0 Salty's Knight's way. As much as the overlays not.
I updated on this side, but I didn't press update. That's my fault. I'm trying to do predictions as well now. I've got so many things on my mind. Prediction, but
you're doing a great job, Fuzzy. You're doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, Salty's just a little bit outclassed, and I was gonna say like there was a pivotal moment in that map, and then I got cut off by just like general fighting. But there was a pivotal moment in that map. It was when Knight had beautiful positioning and prediction to deny Salty, to get both the major items and then deny Salty from both the light armors. And then Knight went cut Salty off at the rocket. Salty turned around and actually went back and juked him and got the heavy, and that was Salty's opportunity to make a comeback. But then Salty got the frag, but then he absolutely flubbed it after then, and Knight had everything else up on the map after then, and then just kept rolling, and that was it. You know, that was his opportunity. He made a great play to outsmart Knight in that situation, but it all slipped away after that point. So anyway, now we're going into Awoken. We got 2 circle strafing characters, CPM characters, Anarchy versus Sorlag. You know, typically out of these characters, I'd say that Anarchy is the more picked one. People like it more.
Yeah, the inject, I think, just offers you that you know, it's such a good ability, right? You get that huge speed and the big health bump. You know,
the variable health in fights, like the super helpful. You know, the health bump. But
especially too, if you can be playing around heavy and you can just like pop that inject, you've effectively got, you know, yourself a free Mega to take a fight with every time you go in. So it's really nice to work with. But you know, the Sorlag just overall has that bigger, heavier stack. So
yep.
Let's start again on Salty, I reckon, because he's 2 down right now. And
he's playing for his tournament life. He puts the YOFW in chat that no one knows what it means except Salty and Billy Onesbay. And I'm actually a bit dubious about saying it. I think I might have to be careful with my tongue. I don't want to be clipped as a YOFW supporter when I'm not sure what it means. Anyway. And Salty, not a great start. He takes a lot of damage. He hasn't dealt any damage back. But he has been able to kind of avoid Knight here. And yep, he's just kind of copying it right now. He's copying it bad. And Knight with the brilliant rocket jump and outplay. And also the great spawn rail. These guys, the top couple of players, man, they are so good with that spawn rail, as we saw earlier. Oh, brilliant rail there, brilliant follow-up. And to be honest, I feel like Salty is giving up a little bit now, and we might actually see, oh, What? Just a reminder. These guys don't have the X-ray vision that we have as the spectators. Okay? They just have wallhacks in their brain. They're literally amazing. But yeah, these it wouldn't surprise me if Salty is playing a little bit dejected now. It wouldn't surprise me if we see a GG pretty soon. And there we go. We get the GGs coming out, and Salty will take 4th place in this KDC split. I think that might be the best that Salty's ever gotten, maybe. But
Yeah,
either
close
way,
to, close to.
Salty should be really proud of how much he's improved over this last 9 months of the Kuachicups Duel Championship. He has improved so much, and you know, getting knocked out by Knight is nothing to be ashamed of. You know, Knight is an absolute fragger, and you know, Salty has just leveled up and leveled up and leveled up. So, yeah, you know, nothing to be ashamed of. Salty has improved so much, and there you go. Knight takes it out, 3-0, a flubbering.
Yeah,
And
look, Knight is he's such a strong like Knight's, you know, I'd say close to that level of Cam and Dan. He's, you know, again he's a, you know, as you said earlier, he's one of those still like, you know, relatively new players, especially in terms of you know, Quake in general. But he's gotten so good so quick, and we are going to see Knight back into it again now, playing against Dan. And this one, you know, we've seen... Look, Dan, I think, definitely coming to this. Definitely the favorite, but we've seen Knight take maps from Dan before. In fact, you know, Knight took down Dan in EQL 5.
oh, shout
If
out
I'm not
to
mistaken.
Swampiest, to Swampiest in the chat. By the way, he went from having 6,500 points to having 15,800 points during that match. So, yeah.
Making bank, making bank. All right, we might take a couple of minute break here while we just get this next match set up. So
Yeah,
do not go anywhere. We will be starting.
We'll put the brackets up on this on the screen
shortly.
And yeah, we got the lower bracket final up next. Knight versus Dander King.
Yeah, it's easy to be excited.
Oh, welcome back, everyone. And
What a absolutely amazing night we've had so far.
yeah, and
That's
we're,
all I've got to say.
you know, if you're just joining us now, this is the Kuachicups Duel Championship top 4 split 3 finals. We have Knight versus Dander King in the lower bracket semi-final now, second last match, and your casters here right now is Hamer, myself, and Dasbok, who has just joined us.
Yeah, this is a matchup that we've seen over and over again over the course of the previous 2 splits, group stages, and finals. And it's one of those matchups, whether it's a finals or a group stage, that you can't really pick. And especially going into split 3, these two have just been so strong in their game that anytime me and Fuzzy or even Lure have tried to make a call on who's going to win, we've consistently got it wrong.
Yeah, and you know, we got Dander King, who has represented Australia so many times. You know, he's won more Australian Quake tournaments than I can count. You know, he's come 6th on the world stage, I think. You know, and he's an absolute Australian Quake stalwart. And then you got Knight, who's the up-and-comer. He's quickly risen through the ranks. He's leveled up his game again and again and again. And, you know, he took down Dan in the grand final of AQL6, took it out for first place. So we do know Knight has what it takes to take out Dander King.
Yeah, and I mean, previous 2 splits, Dan has come first, and I believe Knight played second fiddle in both of them, being, you know, the bridesmaid, never the bride. Yes, looking at that. So Knight's going to be wanting to fight his way through and get a KDC split win prior to LAN. And you can see that all the guys playing tonight, yeah, you can tell they're getting ready to peak at LAN as they're on that up trajectory. And
Yeah.
what you think you've seen over the last 12 months, that's nothing compared to what we're watching tonight.
Well, with over $3,000, with over $3,000 in the prize pool at the moment,
Let's get paid for your airfare.
you know, I think, you know, between 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, that's a big difference in money that you'll win. You know, like if 1st is more than $1,000, you know, and 2nd is more than $500, you know, that's all that pretty much pays for the whole thing. Like, you know, that's quite a lot to go home with. So yeah, the placements now mean quite a lot. So getting an emotional edge over your opponent is a pretty big deal. Anyway, we're going into Awoken here. We got Knight on the Strog, Dander King on his favorite, the Visor, and yeah, what do you think we're going to see out of this map, Dasbok?
If it's anything like how these two have previously played, whatever I say now, we're probably going to see the alternative. So, look, it's Dan on one of his strongest champs, on his strongest map, against, yeah, Knight getting Strog here. I think it's going to be close. Dan may edge out just a little bit.
Starting on Knight here, he's on the Strog, obviously a very fast character. Visor also a very fast character. Both players giving each other the courtesy of the have funs and good lucks. And Knight will get the rail spawn off the get-go. He will go to the heavy, not doing anything too cheeky, although he leaves the heavy up. And both players just kind of playing kind of a slow start here from the get-go. Knight, typically known for being a very defensive player, but I know he's tried to change that narrative around a lot recently, and he is trying to hit Dander King with that peeker.
That is the weirdest heat-seeking peeker I've ever seen. Just
Oh,
no
Knight.
way Dan could get a beat on that. Catches him out with the LG, but the pop-up rocket from Dan sends him flying. Massive damage coming out from both players. Both players are railable now as they respectfully back away. Knight goes to negate the mega pickup, but Dan's just like, nope,
Well
this
played.
is my first frag, and he's looking for that refrag straight off of spawn.
Yeah,
Not
very
happy
well
enough to put
played.
it off. Yeah, well
But,
exchanged.
But yeah, Knight, well played on his own part. And yeah, you know, every now and then you think like one of these players, you know, they just are just too good, you know, they're just making too many good plays or whatever or whatever. But then, you know, they'll just bring it right back and they'll just be like, no, 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 I have teeth, I have grit, you know, and there you go, Knight catching him on the jump pad, pushing him out of bounds. He actually doesn't hit much of the spam there. I thought that was all going to hit, but he only hit one of his plasma spam off the
That was
spawn.
really smart from Dan not to move off the spawn there. He knew the spam was going to be coming. The peak is coming out. Doesn't do as much as Knight would have hoped. Avoids all of that LG from Dan as he goes in for the Mega. Mega's not quite there yet. And looks like, yeah, thought Dan was going to push around for that, just picking up more LG. Knight catches him in the crossover there. Picks up the frag and remains relatively healthy. He's not going to be railable too soon, and he's actually got both of the majors now, so be interesting to see if he can turn this into a bit of a rotation.
He has 10 seconds before this, but he's given up position, and I think he did that because he didn't want to go around that corner there, but that means that Dandy King is now going to be able to get this Mega. Maybe he's going to be able to get this Mega. It looks like Dandy King's doing something a bit funny there. Yeah, he took his time to get that Mega, but yeah, Knight giving up that Mega there, he had full control, but he kind of got locked out of that room, and now he's giving up both items to Dandy King, and Dandy King looks way overstacked and well in control. And
Yeah, Dan's going to be looking for that next frag now. He's in the perfect position for it. I feel like we've seen this situation before, but Dan knows exactly where it's going to be coming from, goes for a charge in, doesn't get off the damage he would have liked, and Knight just whittling away that stack, but Dan manages to finish him off with a well-placed rail.
And he pops
And gets
pops
the
his side,
refrag.
Gets the refrag. Yep, he's tied up the game. 3 minutes in, 6 frags. This has been a high octane game as well. You just can't get past Dandy King without having a lot of frags, can you?
No, you can't. And I mean, Awoken being another close map, we saw that with Kama versus Dan. Awoken's just one of those maps that everyone plays so well. It's a favourite of everyone's. And so you're gonna see close games more often than not. But yeah, just the output of damage from Knight there, keeping Dan off of him. Dan does have the better stack at the moment. Sight gets a nice rail as Knight crosses over.
Oh,
And the
Dandy King
click
out of
death.
the rail ammo. He has to go and collect some, but he's only got 5 shots, and I don't know if Knight knows this, but that is not many rail shots. Like, oh, Dandy King, brilliant setup, pushes him down to the ground, 100% LG. Knight
There's
will
a
steal
right
that
time
Mega
and a
though.
wrong time to take a peek, and that was the wrong time.
Yeah, but Knight does steal that Mega, and oh, what? What a rocket! 100%. That is absolutely crippling, but doesn't really matter. Knight with the good weapon choice, the good dodging, does a lot of damage off the spawn as well. He's got 7 seconds to get to this Mega. Sorry, he will pick up this this rail, but he's stuffed up his movement. That's actually killer. He has to rocket jump up. Oh no! It absolutely works out.
That
against
costed him.
Yeah, that was absolutely brutal. That movement mistake could be a map-losing movement mistake. He had everything in the palm of his hands. But can he pull it back? He's just trying to get it back quickly. But Dandy King, too smart, not taking too much damage. He's going for the spam rocket, and we'll get the shot through the teleporter. Actually, Knight's done a lot of damage here though, and Knight
Yeah,
will
that's
get
not
this
a
Mega
great
as well.
position.
So both Knight doing a really good job of just stealing these items away, you know, taking advantage of Dandy King's overplays.
You know, Dan was low for quite a while there. Like he went into that last battle starting on only 30 HP. The Rockets rail combo though. What can you do when you're pushed into a corner like that? Not much. And he's going for that refrag off spawn. We've seen that a few times now. Just not getting enough of an angle to get that third and final rail on tonight. Yeah, Knight's able to slip away by the skin of his teeth.
Yeah,
He's
that's
actually
not-
given Dan the slip it. He has.
That's not what you want to be saying when you're down by 3 frags with 4 minutes to go, you know? Oh, that's a pretty good peeker. It goes through the teleporter. Oh, he had an opportunity. He had an opportunity to kill Dan. But you know what? As Kama would say, he didn't aim up. He should have aimed up with that rocket. He aimed at the ground. He didn't do 100 damage. And yeah, it wasn't enough. And Dandaking with another conversion there.
Yeah, just a little bit over 6 minutes on the clock now. I think this is slowly starting to get away from Knight. I mean, we're not in the unattainable level by any stretch of the imagination, especially with an LG push like that.
What a
But
turn!
things are very difficult at this point in the game.
This could really turn the tide. But he's got to hit these rails. Oh, he's got to hit
See
that
the
damage.
nerves coming through Knight's gameplay. There's been so many misfires and just getting caught up on the geometry, like movement errors that we don't normally see from Knight.
Yeah, and I will say, like, if he hit either of those rails, or like if he just went and got the heavy, then he would have had enough time to go get the mega. But he missed 3 rails in a row, and yeah, that's gonna cost him. It's gonna cost him dearly.
Yeah, and the amount of times he's been shoulder checking on the geometry, like it's costing him getting to the spots he needs to quick enough. He's one of the faster players in Australia, just with his general movement around the map. But if you're getting caught up on doorways and stuff, that's going to slow you down no matter what and throw off your timing. And we've seen him a few times.
You're 100% right, Daspok. But you know, Dandaking only 35 health here. Knight does convert the kill. He's not healthy himself,
frags in
but
it.
4 frags in it, 2 minutes to go. This is still anyone's game.
Yeah, I think that score gap isn't closing as fast as Knight would like, and we're probably going to see more and more frantic movements coming. He did aim up there, but unfortunately it wasn't up in the right angle, and he misses the rocket, the midi rocket he was going for. And yeah, just happy to slow down.
I gotta say, like, Knight is like known for having really fantastic aim, right? But we're seeing some shaky aim out of Knight right now. He's missed some rails, he's missing rockets, he's not quite converting when he should be. And he's pushing here with the mega up behind him. This is actually a really excellent play that's worked out for him. He pushes with the mega up behind him, falls back onto that mega. He's got a ton of stack. He's going for him. He's caught him, but he cannot push there.
To back off. No armor whatsoever to contest that, and Dan evens up the stacks so quickly. So here we go, Knight's going in. Dan was caught with his pants down and takes a 00 buckshot for his trouble, and Knight's now within 2 frags of tying this up with only a minute left. The pressure is mounting for him. And Dan's still happy to play that slow game, but Knight, yeah, the pressure there, you can see the unforced movement errors around the top there. Excuse me, excitement's causing gas. As Dan's just happy to do spam.
30 seconds left. You know, Knight's got to make a play here, and not picking up the heavy. You know, you need as much as you can, as much as you can get right now. And yeah, the mega is up.
Still doable, but Dan's just not going to let it happen. What happened there? Is something?
I don't think he clicked. He didn't click. He didn't rock jump.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. I don't.
You got to do something, Knight. Knight, he knows what you're doing. Oh, the beautiful defensive rockets. And yeah, I guess in Knight's brain, like, he just can't push there, you know? And so, great play from Dandaking, I guess. Great play from Dandaking, but I think you just have to force the occasion. You know, you don't have a choice in that. You know,
I mean, at the end of the day, 30 seconds left on the clock. You're 2 frags down. If you push and you lose the frag, you lose the frag. It's over. You had the better stack there. It was yours for the loss, and he needed to push and he didn't.
100%. You know, like Knight,
point, you got nothing to
Knight
lose.
did such a good job of putting himself in a position to tie up the map, to bring the map back. You know, did such a good job. But then, you know, and he did that by not taking too many bad risks. He did a lot of really high-level calculated plays. But it comes to a point where there's just not enough time on the clock, and you just have to take a risky play, you know? And Knight wasn't willing to do that, and then Dandy King knew it. Dandy King just played defensive angles, and Knight couldn't push, and it was GG. And you know, that is what it is, I guess. And Dandy King will take out that first map.
I'm a little bit worried for Knight now going into Blood Covenant next. He's on the Athena against Dan's Nyx. So again, really strong picks from both players, but you know, Knight's a map down now. It's gonna make it, the pressure's gonna be mounting for him because every frag against him and every potential map lost is just going to be adding on to that pressure. And if he was already feeling it was causing unforced errors like we were seeing in Awoken, then it's only going to get worse as the night draws on.
I will say though, you know, this is kind of a battle of the favorites on this map. I know Knight likes to play Athena on this map, and Dandy King loves his Nyx on this map. They both have like specialized plays that they can make with their characters, with their abilities on this map.
Just to give another bit of context, the loser of this matchup is going to be, it's going to be the first time for either of them that they've finished outside of the top 2 in KDC. Previous splits, they've both been 1 and 2.
Wow.
This is the battle for third here. Loser here, it's the first time for the last 2 KDC, for all of KDC, that they've been outside of the top 2. So,
wow.
And if they've commentary on, they've just heard that. I'm sorry for putting that pressure on you.
I just can't imagine Dandy King not placing first or second in an Australian tournament, you know?
I can. I mean, Kuachicups placed third against the likes of Rafa and Crazy.
That's not an Australian tournament. That was an international tournament.
That's an Australian tournament, and you're not taking that away from us. But the absolute balls to the walls coming out there, both players taking each other out in the 30 seconds. The game is essentially still not started right now, as the battle for the rail is going to commence. And Dan's already not in a fantastic position straight off the spawn.
Dandy King has the rail. Knight does not have the rail.
That's massive when you're playing lights.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think Knight knows it. So Knight's just kind of waiting to work out what Dandy King is going to do. And Dandy King's so good at playing Knight's game.
That LG from Knight was amazing. The midi rail and taking each other out again.
Oh, the movement. Beautiful movement there. And he's caught him, but...
Is he going for...
Oh! No way!
In a finals environment as well, Dandy King, you fucking mad lad. And that
way!
That is the way you get ahead in a matchup like this where everyone is so even.
Absolutely, that was crazy. Oh my goodness, I can't believe he went for that. That was so high risk, high reward. Anyway,
I mean, he was low in any case. It was like what we were talking about with the end of Awoken, where Knight was 2 frags down. Sometimes you just have to do it.
Yeah, but the mega was up.
Yeah. Could have he, should have he, would have he. If my mum had balls, she'd be my dad. You know. Sometimes you just gotta go for the insane play.
Okay. Yeah. And say insane things. All right. So Knight hitting a bunch.
Again.
Dandy King. Dandy King hitting a lot more though. And oh, look at that rail. They're not easy shots to hit, those ones. You know, like even Kovacs players, they're 90% on those, you know, they're not 100, you know? And Dandy King showing why he is so good with the mouse and the mouse pad, you know? I don't even know if either of these players know how to use a controller, you know? Definitely mouse and keyboard players.
You're really stretching things now, aren't you?
2 HP!
He pulls a lure on that one, and the rail just knocks him back a little bit, I think, and he self-frags. Only 2 frags up, although on this map that can be an absolutely brutal gap to try and close.
Absolutely, absolutely. But you know, Knight has been showing he has what it takes. He can bring it back.
He's got the
And
patience.
yeah, for sure. And Dandy King also is matching Knight's patience. Every time Knight slows it down, Dandy King goes, okay, we're playing a slow game, and he accepts that. And
But if you're going to
fantastic.
push him like that, just the accuracy in the machine gun, rail off a spawn like that is not where you want to be as a light champ. Knights immediately has to change his game plan. You can see he's immediately on that restock cycle now. He was going to be on the, okay, get weapons, do chip damage. Now he's just in full runaway mode. He's one more rail away from disaster here. And Dan knows it. Dan can smell his 6th frag on the board, that he's going to keep trying to push this with only 42 HP, although Knight's obviously in a much worse position.
Oh, Knight, beautiful avoidance of Dandy King there, and he might earn himself a mega through this. He at least earned himself a light. Oh, that rail would have been beautiful to top off his
He made the
play,
right
but
choice by backing away there with that missed rail.
absolutely he did. Absolutely he did. And, you know, Knight is playing very well. You know, if he hit that rail, he would have earned himself the mega. He would have had full control. Dandy King would have been low, but he didn't. You know, so he's just not quite executing enough. And Dandy King making the most of it.
Pressure Dan's keeping on Knight here at the moment. Like, Knight's just constantly being hunted. Like, any small noise, Dan's there to capitalize on it. And yeah, it's just put Knight in such a tough position to get into a position where he's ready to make a play for it. Again, he's pushed off of the mega. He's there at the right time, but the splash damage he does is just incidental, and Dan is in such a healthy position. Oh, excuse me. Knight's gonna make a play over the heavy, and yeah, I mean, something like that is what he's just gonna have to do. He leaves it not very healthy, and takes a risk going up the jump pad, but Dan's going to...
Both of these players just kind of
Yeah.
playing the Tutsis game with each other, but Knight finally pins Dan down. And
He's brought it to within 1 frag.
1 frag.
And it's now game on. 2 frags, it's a goal. 1 frag, wake up, real shit's happening.
100%. And shout out to everyone who's in the stream at the moment. If you are new here, this is the Kuachicups Duel Championship Finals. 6 HP on Knight. He's trying to get away. He's trying to get away, and he does. And can he avoid him? No. Dandy King with the beautiful rail. I think Dandy King has shot that angle 1,000 times in his life. And, well, I mean, 1,000,000 times in his life. But yeah, average person probably never taken that rail before in their life. Oh, great midi, but nah, it's not enough. And
I didn't realise that's how we're gauging the value of a person, whether they've taken that rail or not.
That rail.
Knight just presenting the perfect target for Dan. Although Dan closing the gap pays the price for it, just with the brutal LG from Knight there. What's Knight hitting at the moment? 38% LG. No wonder he just put it down there.
Wow. And
Make that 40%.
every time Knight makes a good play and he brings it back, I feel like Dandy King just goes,
He's
no.
more.
Yeah, that's right. And then it's like Knight and Dandy King just kind of extends his bleed a little bit. And I just feel like Knight works so hard to... Oh, nice movement. Knight works so hard to get his frags, but Dandy King just kind of stacks them up like they're chips, you know? So, yeah, I think maybe the playstyle of Dandy King is just kind of winning out in these maps.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, Knight with the Athena, it's a lot of the time it seems to be just setting up target practice for Dan, where Dan's able to use that ghost walk and get out of dodge when things start becoming a bit too rough.
100%, 100%.
And on the map like Blood Covenant, there's just so many places you can hide, obviously at the start of the map, including inside of the opponent.
You mean stop hiding as you
Yeah.
appear inside of an opponent.
Yeah, and
I almost said something else and had to pause. But anyway, let's move on.
Dan's doing Jesus Christ, dude. Dan's doing such a good job though of just these defensive rockets and these defensive rails just doing enough to stop Knight from being able to challenge him for anything. Like you're both light champs, you're not gonna be going into a 100-0.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
one rail is just so devastating. A close rocket is almost as devastating. Some would argue even more. You know, it screws up your movement. And every time it happens, Knight has to get out of there.
Dandy King is playing so slow right now. Dandy King knows he has Ghost Walk, there's a minute left, there's 3 frags. You know, he just doesn't want to give Knight a chance, you know? And he's played so good at this, but Knight cannot catch him. He cannot put his finger on him. He cannot find him. And Dandy King doing such a good job of avoiding him. And remember, these guys don't have X-ray vision. They can hear them, you know, that's it. They don't have X-ray vision. They know the timing of the items because it's in their head, you know, and they've kept track of when the items are being picked up in their head. But other than that, you know, they don't have the X-ray vision. And look how brilliantly Dandy King is avoiding Knight right now.
30 seconds, 3 frags, Blood Covenant, not happening. GG Dan on map 2. I know the players haven't called it. I'm calling it early. I'm the glass half empty kind of guy, as Suit called me the other day. Not gonna happen. GG to Dan. That is 2 maps up. He's only got 1 more to get himself through to the grand final. And yeah, Knight's going to be really feeling the pressure to not have his first 3rd place.
Yeah, 100%.
There's the GG.
And yeah, a fantastic map though. Both players playing really well, but Dandy King, as I said, you know, every time Knight works so hard to get a frag, and he does, he can pull through to get the frag, but then Dan will just respond with like 2 or 3 frags of his own in really quick succession, and then, you know, it just adds up. 5 to 8 in the end. Dandy King played the map a bit better and gets the dub. But these players, both so close. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if Kama can actually do a reverse sweep from here and bring it all the way back. You know, once the champions start getting a little bit funky on these maps, maybe we'll see something kind of mix it up. But, you know, now we're going into Corrupted Keep on a very traditional matchup.
You've just confused me there. Kama with the reverse sweep?
Did I say Kama? I meant Knight.
You said Kama, mate. Kama's in the grand final already.
I think
Kama's guaranteed a top 2.
I think I said, can he do the reverse sweep? But anyway, now we're going into Corrupted Keep, a very traditional matchup. We've got Knight on the BJ, Dandy King on the Galena. These are the typical picks that you would pick on this map. And they're both very strong picks on this map. Both players will be extremely comfortable on these picks on this map. I think we're going to see a pretty high level gameplay on this map. What's your prediction, Daspot?
It's a matchup where it is so tight. Like, strong champs for both, a strong map for both. We've seen them both perform really, really well. In previous KDC splits, we've seen them go back and forward on who's the owner of Corrupted Keep. But I think just the pressure might be a bit too much for Knight, and I reckon Dan's about to 3-0 it, to be perfectly honest. We should start off this map following Knight, but I reckon we'll start seeing, you know, the pressure jitters coming through the mouse look. And unfortunately for Knight, I think it might just be a bit too much for him tonight.
Well, you know, it's no shame coming to Dandy King and Camel. You know, they're both amazing players. You know, extremely, extremely good. But yeah, I know what you're saying. You know, the pressure of this match is so.
Look at all the players in Div 1. To say that you are in the top 3 of that spread of players is a frickin' honor. And
Absolutely.
so whether Knight wins this map and we go into a fourth, or whether, you know, the nerves gets to him, he should be proud of what he's achieved.
Oh,
And
Dandiking
yes,
is so good in that area on this map. Like, he's particularly good on this map in that area. Like, oh, he's just so look at his movement. He just uses the whole terrain so well. He hits 100% LG. It's honestly like, oh, but great
sure,
response
there's a
there from
joke
Knight.
about tap dancing around ahead there. Anyway, Knight with the retaliation frag back to 1-all gets a lot of MG damage off. But Dan with that rocket is just brutal coming in. Gets the totem down. Totem is instrumental to Dan surviving 28 HP. That's a lure level survivor there that we just saw. And he's able to restart back up, that he can contest for this mega that will be up soon. Knight
Not much
well
health,
out of
though.
position. He doesn't need it if he's moving around this gargoyle head so effectively.
Yeah,
And
he's so
he's
good.
not even going for the mega. That could be a costly mistake, as Knight's going to pick up the mega.
Yeah, the
And-
refrags from Knight have actually been really excellent. And the dual wheel comes out. Oh, he takes a lot of damage, but no, he can finish him off. Neither item spawning here for a while. Dandiking with the rocket launcher. Knight will get a little bit of armor to his name and a little bit of LG. Dandiking has the LG as well. And I think are both players going to fight over this heavy, or are we just going to each, you know,
No, I
make a
think we're
gentleman's
having an
agreement?
exchange of items.
This is a smart
It
play.
was
He comes
a
in
fight over mega though.
75 damage and the rocket jump as well. It was a great play there by Knight. He didn't overextend too much.
Yeah.
He got everything he needed. He didn't pick up the LG ammo though. He's only got 33 cells of LG. This might come back to bite him in the bum. No, yeah, he knows it. He's gonna go get it.
You've got
Yeah.
to feel good if you can eliminate 75% of someone's mega before you pick it up. And there we are. That dual LG coming out, it's absolutely devastating. And a Knight with finally getting himself into the lead. Only a 1-frag lead, so it may as well be tied up here at the moment. Make that
Beautiful.
2. I'd still classify it as tied up on CK. And Knight's just doing what he's needed to do in previous maps. He's going on the hunt. He's caught Dan with his pants down at the head of the guard again, but Dan's able just to escape into the nail room. That's an escape he's going to need with how healthy Knight is. The rocket misses. Again, Knight knows where he is now. The
Beautiful
damage from
rocket.
the rockets is great. And he picks himself up the mega.
And this is exactly what we need, what Knight needs. You know, just a little bit of confidence. You know,
This is confidence boosting.
And-
This is a
and yeah.
confidence boosting start.
absolutely confidence boosting. And if he keeps rolling like this, throughout this rest of the map, like, you know, obviously first of all he'd win this map, but then if he takes this confidence into the next maps,
How
we
does Dan
may
do
see the
that?
first sweep.
Dan just went quiet on CK and then the rocket jumped off of Knight's rock. I mean, okay, yeah, he still died, but how the fuck does he pull off shit like that?
Yeah, it is pretty epic. How does he pull off stuff like that? Nobody knows, man. He's a one of a kind.
That's the damage output from Knight at the moment is insane, but Dan is able to respond. And yeah, I think we're going to be seeing a fight for this mega. Dan's there a little bit too soon. I'm wondering if he doesn't quite have timing on it yet. Basically force Knight off of it. And, yeah, Knight's going to hear the pickup and be like, right, time to set up for this. Dan catches a rocket for his trouble, but does 70 damage with the L and manages to get a rotation going for himself. And Knight, not expecting the totem, straight from the totem into a face full of Dan's shaft, and the run he's had is coming to a bit of an end there.
Face full of Dan's shaft. And Dan's just waiting around here. 1 second till Mega. We'll pick it up. He has a totem available, and he will pick up the slide. He's almost full stack without this heavy armor, and he's just setting up for this heavy armor area. You will notice that Dan isn't playing the totems game right now. He's just keeping the totem to
It's a weapon for him.
Yeah, that's right. It's a weapon.
Oh, so much energy from Knight there, and the rocket's just not hitting the way that Dan wants to. Dan's still really healthy though. Knight in such a bad position, and the
4
tick was
HP. He just needed one more tick of machine gun, but he doesn't quite get it, and that's going to be absolutely killer for Knight. But although in saying that, Knight comes out very poor. Knight comes out much better out of the end of that exchange, and Dandiking will kill himself and spawn over at the light armor. Knight leads to 2. Oh,
Dan just comes charging. I was going to say with that 4 HP survival, can someone message Lure and tell him to log into Dan's account? But the refrag from Dan there is perfect, and just the LG is just absolutely devastating. And Dan brings this back to a draw now. 7-all, half the map gone away. We're basically starting again, boys. As the nail damage, yes, Westy, nail gun damage. We've got a nail kill there.
And like, you know, you don't get a much better CK than this. One frag in it. 4 minutes to go. This is anyone's game. Yep. He will clean up that frag. And are we gonna
it's still nothing.
Are we gonna see Knight pull this away and get to a 4th map?
Knight heard me doubt him, and he's gonna pull this win out of his ass. I can feel it. I'm changing my prediction mid-map. As Knight's just playing so well right now.
Yeah, but Knight didn't get that heavy just then. That's an absolute swing there. And Dandiking loves this area. So good at fighting around this area. Does so much damage, and he gets the frag. Oh my god.
There either. Knight's gonna have to hear the pickup. Get over to the heavy, boys.
It's a good catch out by Knight, man. Both these players just catching the other one out like over and over again.
Every time we think someone's whiffed it, they're somehow pulling their survival out of their rear.
So much damage. Oh my god, he should not have dropped for that, but he did, and he got fragged.
7 minutes on CK in a final like this.
What?
Do you want to try that again?
What is going on? These guys are playing deathmatch right now. It's crazy.
Dan brought it back to even, and Knight's just opened up another 2 frag lead. Dan needs to get at least a 3 frag. He's trying to it. There's the first in the chain. Is we going to see another 2? It's a question. Somehow that totem's still up. Maybe you'll get the pocket mega.
No. Knight's right on top of it. The heavy's just about to spawn. Dan picks it up. The dual wield is popped. Knight catches him. Does so much damage. Knight is going for the frag here. Again. Dan with 37 HP is playing super careful. He will pick up this 50 bubble. Knight does earn himself the mega out of that. Knight going... Oh, big damage. Big damage. He catches him and he gets the frag. Extends his lead by 2. A minute and a half to go. Can Knight get to a 4th map?
Can Dan deny it is the other question right now. Originally the question was, will Knight fight? The answer has been out. Now the question is, will Dan make this a cleaner sweep?
How does he have so much HP?
Because he's Galena, mate.
Oh, yep. And
some of these fights are getting so messy.
Yeah. These players... I think neither of these players are really respecting how hard the other one hits. You know, it's kind of like they're unexpectedly getting fragged.
No, I think they're respecting it, mate. I just think they don't give a shit at the moment. Knight's desperate to keep this lead. Dan's desperate to close the lead. They're both doing everything within their power to achieve this. The MG that's coming out from Knight is devastating, but Dan does just enough to push him away.
2 frags, 40 seconds. Knight's got to be really careful here. He could throw it. Dandiking's fallen down. He's fallen down. 30 seconds. Okay, Dandiking's waiting for the heavy.
Like this.
He's waiting for the heavy.
80 damage from the nail, straight through the tally.
Knight's not healthy though. He's not healthy at all.
He was railable.
Yeah.
15 seconds. This is starting to get into the unlikely category for
Oh,
Dan.
beautiful
That's
play
3
there.
for
And
us.
that will secure him
That's GG.
this map. And we're going to go to a fourth map. A fourth map. Man,
I
this
did
has been
not
a great
get the
step.
4th map tonight. Not after how the first 2 maps went did I think we'd see a 4th map. Knight is now in that position to do the reverse sweep. There's been a few greats who have done reverse sweeps in Kuachicups. I mean, Dustbox done one. We've seen a few others do them. None as good as his though. And yeah, game on.
I believe RR Lucky did a reverse sweep
Oh, he did an okay one.
just earlier today versus Strulzy. And
Yeah.
RR Lucky actually earned his spot in the top 6 because he did that reverse sweep as well. So that was an extremely clutch reverse sweep by Lucky earlier today. But we're going to go into the 4th map here, and
Veil of Naf, the greatest map in my opinion in Quake Champ. And we're seeing some of the more interesting choices coming out here. Kiel and Eisen. Eisen I'm rating. He seems to go in and out of season on this map. Some seasons you see some of the pros going.
earlier
Seasons you're like he has to be
tonight,
chosen.
earlier tonight we saw Dandy King versus Kama on this map, and Dandy King also played Eisen on this map, and he did fantastic turret setups.
I'm not saying that Eisen's a bad choice. I'm just saying over the course of 5 years, Eisen seems to go in and out of fashion on this map. As I said, with people saying, "No, why would you bother? Crap pick. Timmy does nothing." Other times, no, you've got to pick him. If you're not picking him, there's something wrong in your head.
It's a throw, yeah.
Yeah.
But
And
the
I
Keel
mean,
is also quite good, and Knight is quite good with the grenades on Keel.
we've got to talk about Shruls and Keel on this map. Like, if you wanna know how to get the most out of a Keel on Veil of Naf, just go back and watch some of the Shruls game. Kid puts on an absolute clinic with him. So, you know what? After how Corrupted Keep went, fuck Knight, I'm rooting for you, mate. I want to see you get this win. I want to see
Map 5? Yeah, I kind of want to see Map 5 as well.
I'm predicting it on merit here.
Map
Not
5
skill.
is...
Both players are fucking top of their class, mate.
I will say, Map 5 is Insomnia with Slash versus Doom. King on the Slash and Knight on the Doom. That is a heavily favoured matchup for Knight. So if Knight wins this map, he's going into the last match against a Dan on a Slash on Insomnia, which is really not good for Dan.
No.
So there is quite a lot of pressure on Dan to win this map right now. Otherwise, it's going to be pretty shaky for Dan going into the final map. And we got Dan
and
with
pressure
a beautiful...
goes hand in hand.
That's true. We got a beautiful rocket from the get-go. Beautiful rail, sorry, from the get-go. Great setup by Dandy King. Dandy King playing a slow game. We're not going to see the same kind of game as we saw last time on CK. And the rails, they're so punishing. And Timmy's just... Dandy King on Timmy is just so good. Dandy King with Timmy is just so good. He knows where to put the Timmy. He knows how to set him up.
Oh, that combo.
Oh, he does so much damage, and Dandy King actually only on 3 HP with... Oh, he almost timed it perfectly! Almost timed it perfectly, but he didn't quite. And he would have got the kill if he hit those. Oh my god, if he didn't shoot the rail...
Knight, 8 HP.
If he
8
didn't
HP
shoot...
after that exchange.
If he didn't shoot the grenade right then, he would have gotten a really easy kill, but he tried to kill him with the grenade, and it stopped him shooting for a moment, but he came out with the kill anyway, so it's all good. But yeah, wow, this has been a great start to this map.
And I think this is the first map where Dan's going to be feeling any pressure, as you were saying. Like, the reverse sweep possibility, and against a heavy... Going against a heavy is always a hard proposition, and Knight's just letting that damage flow. Misses the mid-air grenade, No real surprise there, to be honest. And Dan just finishing him up with a lovely bit of LG play on the bounce pad, and Timmy
Beautiful.
coming in clutch there as well. Dan getting that frag with basically no damage in return.
And some people would say that Timmy doesn't require skill. Great LG. But Dandiking actually herds his opponents into Timmy really, really well. He's very good with Timmy. Timmy the turret, that is. So
I'm
yeah.
not cousin Timmy?
No, cousin Timmy.
No, that's the thing. Like, Timmy on his own, when you're not utilizing him actively, he's just a way to gather information. He's not really going to get you any damage. But if you're able to both be the distraction and the damage outputter for Timmy, Timmy's your alternate angle. But speaking about angles, Knight there with just the perfect angles for the rails there, nothing returned to him then. As Knight's now looking to make things even again, one frag in it. We're 3 minutes in and we've already seen map so far.
It was looking a bit shaky there for Knight for a moment, but he's brought it right back. And within 30 seconds, he's got a 3 frags. And yeah, oh great! Oh my god, it's like that is not easy to do. The doors need to be staying open for a certain amount of time, long enough for the spawn. You know, you got to be in the right spot. You got to kill your opponent in the right spot. He's taking so much damage here. Yeah, he took way
He
too
was
much
not
damage.
surviving that. Yeah, as you were saying, keeping the doors open isn't CPMA where you've got instant weapon switching. This is Quake Champions. You've got to think about your options. As Knight's thinking about his options here, and just the MG damage is insane. Dan in quite a low position there. Knight not in the best positions himself. And yeah, he's not going to be wanting to take this next fight, I don't think.
Yeah, 100%. Knight and Dandiking has been a really even matchup so far, and I think both players. I think Dan is earning more and more respect for Knight every second that these maps go on, you know? And you can see it in his gameplay as well. Like, he started the first map just running at Knight over and over again on Awoken, and slowly, as the maps have gone on, he's like, okay, I gotta be more calculated here. It's incredible prediction. How does he know he's gonna be there, you know? Knight was not making any noise.
Just really, really good looks make you better at things, apparently.
Really good looks. Being really ridiculously good looking.
That's what Zoolander taught me.
Yeah,
anyway.
Yeah. Oh man.
It's really slowed down here that we can start making insane comments like that. Although Dan's going base here. 3 rockets, a bit of LG.
Dan takes hardly any damage in that fight.
Extended.
And yeah, he's got such a big stack now, you know?
He knows where Knight's going. He got the glimpse of him. He saw his ankle. And sometimes an ankle is all you need to get going. Knight with that unreturned damage there. Although Dan is still so healthy, Knight's still going to be on the run. Look, I thought I could have sworn that rail from Knight hit. I must have been wrong, but he comes in with the chart.
Oh!
Catches Dan there.
What a play! Just like the aggressive LG just runs in, jumps across the gap, hits 100% LG while doing it. Dude, that is just a crazy play. You know?
How does someone so big move so fast? Explodes the bloody turret there.
Wow.
This is how you build leads on rail.
Wow. Dude, and I don't know if Knight knows it, but you know, if this goes to a 5th map, I don't know how Dandiking is going to play Slash on Insomnia. So the pressure is on right now, because Slash on Insomnia seems like a pretty rogue pick, if you ask me. Anyway, Knight.
I guess you want to know how Dan would play Slash on Insomnia? Better than me or you.
Yeah.
That's how you play it.
That's true.
And
yeah.
Go that the outside telly jump first time we've seen it use this game, as Knight is just hiding from Dan. Dan's found him though, and he's not going to push him. Interesting. Yeah, Dan's getting himself the mega there. All that hard work that Knight just put in. Undone. And yeah, Dan weirdly being happy to go slow.
Well, I think Dan's just trying to get some like security on the map right now, and Knight reading the game very well. Also, just
Dan is in map control, yeah.
yeah, but you know, Dan's like, well, every time I try to play risky, Knight takes advantage of it, you know, and deals all this damage. And Dander King has caught Knight. He made a beautiful silent drop onto Knight, completely caught him off guard. And Dander King, how much health is 4 HP after that engage?
We told you to log out of his account, mate. 4 HP at the end of that. That's absolutely insane. And we're
Yeah.
now 1 frag in it, 7.5 minutes into this map. Dan is in map control, and this is going to get really scary for
Oh,
Knight.
he's caught him on the jump pad. No, you don't want to be here. Yeah, he cops it
You
straight to the
cannot
face.
escape from there.
And he's tied the game up 2 minutes ago. I got to say, I think whoever's winning this map is going to take out the series, because I reckon Knight will win the next map if he wins this map. And Dander King, obviously, if he wins this map, he goes up 3-1, 3-2,
Yeah,
3-1.
but the winner of this is going up against a fresh Kama. A Kama who's been able to sit back and watch this and just laugh at all the missed mid rocket opportunities.
Yeah, I can't, yeah. Oh, beautiful LG. And there you go, Dan. He's gotten himself the lead that he was hoping for, and now he can play secure, he can play slow, he's got the lead, he's got the control, and he's caught Knight
That is the way that you do that follow-up rail.
That's the way you do it.
That's the way you do it, the only way you do it.
Oh, and he's hitting brilliantly.
Yeah. With those frags, I think we're starting to see the GG moment has passed. I don't
No, it hasn't passed yet. It hasn't passed yet. That's wrong, it hasn't passed yet.
We're not going to see Insomnia. I'm calling it now. I'm
Oh.
doing the cursed early GG call. 5 frags, 13-8. I'm sorry, Knight, but you're the first of this pairing to be 3rd place. But that's okay, especially with this level of competition.
If Dander King wins this, which it looks like he's going to play Kama directly after this game. Immediately after this game. Once they're both ready, that is. And the casters are ready and everything else is ready. But they'll play tonight. They're on tonight. Kama versus Dander King, it's going to be. And, yeah. That was a really, really good set. You got to hand it to Knight. He can really go toe-to-toe with the best. You know?
Just a few moments that
we
you
can see
look on and just question, why did I do this? Why did it go that way? But
and Knight will watch these games back and he'll learn. He'll put some practice in. I think Knight is going to come into LAN looking pretty confident. You know, he's going to be looking like he can come first place at LAN. You know, I think we could see Knight really pull off some big plays on LAN.
That was something that me and Fuzzy were talking about the other night. I don't know that Dan has won a 1v1 Australian LAN competition.
Yeah, right.
Because the first one I heard about, the year that I started playing Quake Champions, I believe he came 2nd to Stage. And then at Kuachicon he came 3rd to Razy and so this is theoretically his last chance to get an Australian first place Quake Champions title.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So at LAN there's going to be a lot of pressure on him if he wants that. But again, you've said players like Kama, they don't want to show up and come 2nd. They're there for first. So competition's going to be tight.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and so
Anyway.
let's have a look at the bracket. We got Dander King taking down Knight, and now we're going into the grand final, which will be a best of 7 with a map in hand. Kama versus Dander King.
we got the gamer excuses coming out from Dan here. Apparently, he's got a bad migraine at the moment, so
Oh, sure.
we're watching. Apparently, we're watching what a man
What it
with a
looks like.
migraine looks
Yeah.
like.
Yeah. This is what Dandy King looks like when he's got a migraine. Oh, I don't want to see what he looks like when he doesn't.
So, Hamo,
Yeah.
with Dan coming from the lower bracket here, what would he, if he was to win, what does his path to victory look like? What has he got to pull off tonight?
What do you
How
mean?
many maps does he need to win? Oh, is it standard best of 5, or are we talking someone's got happening here?
This is best of 7 with a map
Best
in
of
hand.
7,
Yeah.
Getting a long one tonight. This is Kama versus Dan. I believe the prediction for that being the finals was made by Fuzzy last night. So it looks like Fuzzy's dream grand final is coming true. It's good to see everyone stuck to the script.
And I think we're going to get Fuzzy in to cast this final match as well.
You need to have some honey tea and rest your poor throat, do you, after like 2 hours, do you?
I could keep casting all night. This has been super exciting. This has been super fun. But, you know, you guys have been doing the whole split. You've been doing a fantastic job. It would be a crime to not have you guys do the grand final together. So yeah.
I'm sure Fuzzy's going to be more than happy to go a couple of weeks.
And I'm just going to work out, is the map in hand the first picked map or the last picked map?
That's going to be
So
important.
map
to
in
know.
hand is the first pick map.
Okay.
So whatever Cam picks here will be the freebie map for him.
Does Kama know that though, so he doesn't
Yeah.
waste his map?
Yeah.
On picks and bans, because there's no champion picks for the first map. So
You should probably
just laid out
let him
differently
know.
in, on picks and bans, so you'll see it. It's just a blank spot. It's just a map, and that's it. Unless they plan to play the first map without champions, but that could be quite difficult.
So Fuzzy, how do you feel getting your dream grand final? You only told me was a dream.
So well, this isn't. I thought it would be the other way around. I predicted there would be Dan winning in the upper bracket, and then Cam making way to the lower bracket. So
How disappointed you get in the final you want, you just didn't get it the way you want.
look, I don't care how we get it, as long as we got it. You know, I just figured this would be the best grand final. And this is what we wanted to see. I think everyone, probably thought that this is how it may have gone. To say we could always see it upset coming out from Knight, but you know.
So here's my question to the two of you, because Hamo's still here. Hamo hasn't
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Will Dan get the KDC split hat trick? Do you think he's got it in him to get the split hat trick tonight? Get split 1, 2, and 3 first place?
Look, he's certainly capable of it. The question is, he's just played.
Of course he's capable of it. He's here.
Another set, right? Coming out from just letting Cam know that
Yeah, I just PM'd him as well.
yeah, cool. I'll say you just
I think you might have just gotten a flurry of PMs from admins.
Sorry, but yeah, what was the question, Desbok? What was I saying?
Will Dan get the hat trick
Will Dan
of
get the
first places in the KDCs? Split 1, 2, and 3? Or do you think Kama's going to come in and be like, fuck how that looks on your profile on the website, you're getting a second?
Look, with the way Cam's playing, I reckon Cam could take this, right? He was playing great. He really brought pressure to Dan. And if he plays the same way, and there's always the question of, does coming from the lower bracket, right? It means there's two ways you can look at it, obviously. It means you've played a whole lot of extra games. So, maybe you're getting a bit exhausted by this point. You've played the upper bracket match. So Dan's played, the upper bracket final, and then he had a bit of a break before then playing the lower bracket final, and now going to the grand final. So, played a lot of games, but Cam's just played that one set, and then he's just been chilling for the rest of the night. So the question is, is that going to be a factor? Is, you know, maybe the fact that he's warmed up, right? Maybe that'd be a good thing for him. So,
Yeah, I was going to say, do we know if whilst the Dan Knight game was going with Cam in shooting bots, like, you know, what Quake Champions has, or Salty, or has he just been back and watching the match and coming cold? And yeah, as you said, is Dan going into this warmed up or worn out? It's the real question.
Kama has picked Ruins to be his map in hand. Interesting. He
Really?
I wonder if he really doesn't like Ruins, or if he thinks Dander King is really good on Ruins and has taken it away from him. But either way, Ruins is out of the map pool.
Dan has historically been really strong on Ruins, and Awoken is
no surprise seeing Awoken immediately thrown out there from Dan. Classic map. You know, you think he's played it so far. Ever since he dropped, I don't think he's dropped Awoken either.
I'd need Trolls to pull up a spreadsheet for me to be able to
Or at least
answer
not
that. I
tonight
haven't got
anyway.
the
He
notes
hasn't
on
dropped
it, yeah.
it. So,
He hasn't dropped it tonight, no.
He did take it from Cam. Then we're going to go to Deep Embrace. Pick here from Cam, which is the one that Dan banned in their matchup previously. So they're going to be forced to go onto the map. So we are going to see it, see how it plays out.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the receiving end of a respawn flurry of frags there. Blood Covenant, Quick Pick, and Veil of Naf after Corrupted Keep.
That means our final map is going to be, if I can remember what it is before they beat me to it. Insomnia. That's it for a final map, if we make it that far.
We've only seen one Insomnia matchup tonight, and that was Dan v Kama, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. I think it got picked a couple of times, but I don't think we ever made it that far. It was always like a later pick. You usually get the players who've got their sort of, you know, go-to bans here and there.
Yeah, the immediate clutch ban against Kama, I don't blame Dan for
Well, see,
doing
the thing
that
is,
whatsoever.
clutch ban from Dan is, I don't believe this is specifically a targeted against Cam's clutch, because I don't know if Cam's been playing a lot of clutch. I know Cam likes clutch, but I don't know if he's been playing it a lot recently. I think this is more of just Dan just bans clutch every single matchup regardless of who he plays against. It just seems to be his thing.
Sneakily getting good at him.
So, well, maybe it's a case of, yeah, maybe he just, like, he knows that, like, some of the top players, maybe clutch is, like, something really he struggles against. He's like, either if I just ban it against every single player, regardless if they play clutch. Which, you know, understandable.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I ban
Thing
Galena
from
sometimes
Dan
just
on
because it's
Deep
annoying to play
Embrace.
against.
Yeah, the Athena pick from Dan on Deep Embrace.
And the Nyx coming out from Cam.
Next from Kama.
Okay, interesting. So both great movement champs allow you to, you know, get a bit of versatility on the map. Athena obviously definitely has the advantage getting on the high ground. So, and the speed as well. So I rate the Athena over the Nyx. But this is a map where, you know, a lot of swarm frags you can be doing don't really require you to have that sort of speed or anything like that. So as long as you can get control going, you can start getting, you know, you can start snowballing a few things. You can chain a few together. So.
Do you think that maybe the Nyx pick might have been a way of denying Nyx from being available at Covenant?
So there's a very real possibility as well too, because, you know, yeah, you don't want Dan having the free pick of the Nyx really ever. You know, there's a few champs like Visor, Ranger, and Nyx. 3, I think, specialty champs. Dan, obviously, you can't ban or counterpick all of them. We see immediately, I think we see the exact same matchup we had at the start for the Awoken. It was a Ranger v Visor. So immediately there's 2 champs gone, and then the Nyx coming out straight away from Cam. So
I've got to say, Slash on Blood Covenant, I rate highly, but the air movement from Anarchy, that's gonna be quite the challenge to hit for Dan. So
Can I just,
Westy Ruins wasn't banned. Westy, that's a map in hand for Kama, because he came from the upper bracket, so he gets the free map. The map score, 0-1 right now is accurate.
Can I just jump in here before the grand final gets underway? I just want to say, anyone that's thinking of coming to the LAN finals, you're all invited. You can come as a spectator for free. There's a bar, there's a restaurant, there's a grandstand, there's a huge screen that we'll be watching it on and cheering it on. it's an arena. It'll be really cool, and there's a couple of tickets left for players. If anyone wants to get a ticket, you get a shirt, you get an Artisan mouse pad. We're sponsored by Artisan, you know, and you get to play Quake Champions on LAN. So if you want to come, you know, PM an admin or look for the sign up form and put your sign up in. We'd love to sell a couple more tickets for the LAN. These players will be there. They'll be on stage playing in the top 8 finals. And then secondary, there's over $3,000 in the prize pool right now. We try to... Oh, yeah, let me just say the LAN is in Melbourne. It's at Fortress. It's on June 28th, 29th.
Phenomenal venue.
It'll be a really great weekend. It'll be really fun.
Only a month away. It's not long now. It's exciting.
Yeah, and it also
LAN server.
There's more than $3,000 in the prize pool right now. We try to reward the top players as much as we can. You know, we're just a small community in Australia. You know, these guys, they put a lot of effort in to be as good as possible, to put on a good show for us, to get first place, all those things. And, you know, we try to reward them for their hard work. So, you know, please donate to the prize pool if you can afford to, of course. And, yeah, help contribute to build up that prize pool so these guys get rewarded. The top 8 get rewarded for making their way down and competing their hardest. But anyway, we're getting underway here with the grand final of the Kuachicups Duel Championship Split 3 split. And we got Kama with a map in hand versus Dander King with your casters, Dasbok and Fuzzy.
Thank you, Hammer. We appreciate that. So Dasbok.
It sounds so much better when he uses our nicknames instead of our actual names, because that would be the most boringest introduction ever.
And no one will know who he's talking about anyway, so...
Well, if they said my name, they would assume Lua's going to be casting again. Anyway, you were saying, getting ready to go into our first map, well, second map, first map of the night, Awoken. Whatchamacallit, Kama on Ranger, Dan on Visor. Replay of what we saw earlier in the night, which did go in Dan's favour for map 1.
Yeah, so his question is, has Kama, like, has he learnt from the previous match? Has he been analysed? It would not surprise me if Kama's the sort of player. He'd probably be sitting there now, like, rewatching those matches and thinking, it's like, all right, what did I do wrong? What can I change? You know, what can I adjust to win the next matchup? Because he sort of, you know, he probably expected this rematch coming into the grand final, and yeah, it'll be good to see if he's made some adjustments here, you know, because we knew well, best of 7, right? So every map is going to be potentially played.
Well, that's the question. Are we actually going to see every single of these maps played, or is it a case of the migraine and the past 2 hours of Quake is just going to be a bit too much for Dan, and Kama's going to come into it fresh off seeing what Dan's been doing in the previous games, fresh off his self-analysis of what happened in the first set tonight, the first semi-final tonight, and he's just going to apply the lessons learned, and we're going to be over and done within the next in the next 30 minutes or so. That's the question I've got going. I'm hoping it's not. I hope we get the full 7 maps. I want to see some more Insomnia tonight.
So it's interesting. We're still, like, looking through this set, like, all these maps have got pretty reasonable champ picks, right? Like, they've definitely played this and done these picks in a way where they're sort of thinking about sort of future maps. They know, you know, because that's the thing, that's such a big thing in a best of 7 is you normally see it in best of 5s, right? You get to the end and champ picks are pretty terrible. But even here, they've obviously, you know, they're not banning every map because you would actually be running out of champs. That's why there's only the first few maps that get the bans. But it's, you know, all maps have got pretty reasonable champions, I think, coming into this.
Yeah, it's strong picks the whole way through.
Yeah, exactly. Nothing you'd think's a bit weird. So
6 maps, yeah, sorry, right, not 7 maps, 6 maps.
Oh,
numbers
true,
are confusing. I can't make the same claim.
The score of 7, yeah.
It's 11:30 and we were casting and I was screwing up my numbers. Sorry, I'm just dying there. I can't make the same excuse of the time being for screwing up the numbers. I'm just going to say it's the frickin' excite. This is the Div 1 Grand Final, the last online split before LAN, and when Hamer, we're not talking just a bunch of guys in a room playing Quake Champions to the local Australian South. We're talking 0 frickin' ping, the server on the same network are on. We're talking proper LAN, boys. Yeah, exciting.
He's very exciting. You know, it felt great last time, and you know, we're doing it again. We're doing it again. Anyway, we are ready to kick off into our first map. I'm ready. Nazbok, are you ready?
I don't know if I'll ever be ready for this, mate. Let's do it though. This is Quake.
And this is the
What's
top.
an imp?
This is the top level of Quake as well, and we're excited to see this matchup. This is Dan versus Kama, grand final.
Loading when the
KDC
game says it will load.
3.
And Bandit, an improper LAN. I was making air quotes when I was saying that. Obviously, visual medium here for the casters. But improper LAN is just us all in the same room on the same, connecting to APAC S.
Where our ping will go from like 15
would
to
be
70.
15 to 25 as opposed to a 0.
Well, no, then it would route to through a different way and go to 70. Actually, I think it's been better. Actually, it hasn't happened to me recently, so I think they fixed the servers up.
Yeah. Well, the routing will be immaculate at LAN because you're only hopping through switches. Anyway, we are finally underway to map 1 with Woken. Dan on Visor, Cam on Ranger. Fuzzy, who are we starting with?
Let's just start with whoever it recommends, because I don't know, they're both the correct choice. So it looks like we're starting with Dan.
And just because you don't have access to it doesn't mean it exists. It doesn't exist. Anyway, so we're starting with Dan, you say?
Start with Dan. Let's see what he's got for us. The Visor coming out here, and he's going to spawn straight by this Mega, and he's immediately probably going to go towards this rail. Cam, sight coming out, tries to get that immediate rail off. Doesn't quite connect, but there we go. Up in the T position, Cam diving up towards that armor shaft. Takes the first rail, takes a second rail, and Dan almost connected the third. Cam dancing with death here.
Yeah, third rail not hitting. Finally gets it to connect there. Cam taking all sorts of damage. Still in a relatively good position there. And yeah, Dan's just not going to commit to this fight just yet. He's going to hear the pickup of the heavy. And Cam's going straight in, tries to get the Mega, gets the timing on the Mega to do the final bit of damage.
I think if Cam didn't take that last rail there, he would have kept pushing in there, but because he took that last shot, put him down to that railable state, so he couldn't really afford to push in. And now the damage from above is nice, but the damage from below is coming back as well. Both players critically low. Railable sight comes out. Dan's managed to get a little bit of help, but not much. Cam's done a much better job restacking. He's not going to be railable, and Dan sneaks through and steals that, but the direct rocket. He didn't have enough to stay alive. And Cam will actually be the first one to get a frag there. And what looked so controlling for Dan to begin with. Cam, 0-1 up, rails up in T. Dan's first one to connect. We've got Cam ready for the angle, but Dan's so fast. He's actually going to keep aggressing, hitting another rail. Taking down Cam, and 1-1, he immediately refrags his, tying it back up.
Yeah, you can definitely see the level of respect that Dan has for Cam, especially as this is a much slower Woken compared to earlier in the night. But yeah, both players exchanging rails, both players hitting a lot here. Dan in not as good position, but Cam's going to come in, try and force something here with Trap and Dan in the lower shotgun area. Doesn't quite get him there, but all of that mega health has been completely negated.
The defensive damage coming out here from Dan, and he's so low though, and Cam the rocket jump up, beautiful play, shoots himself straight up, and Cam securing the second frag. Oh, what a great rail on Dan's flight past. He is so low. If he takes another rail here, he is gone. He does get that 25 bubble stack, but Cam's got such a large stack, and there's still heaps of time before this heavy. He's no way he's going to go deep. Pushing straight in, and beautiful rockets, 3-1 now, preparing for this spawn. over by the rail, and Dan coming in from the side he wasn't expecting, gets the LG out safely. And the rocket does connect, gives him the intel, only 14 damage. Hammer will be RJing out of there, securing that item. The question is, can he get here in time? And that rocket was fantastic, but the LG from Dan, and he's just going to keep aggressive. He's pushing straight into Cam's rocket, and he's still going for it. He's right Cam, and this should be it. He gets the rail, but Dan survives. Actually, still very healthy after that engagement. There was
I think
a lot more damage coming out than there was.
We saw the orb get used there as well, and that's going to be unavailable to Cam.
Doesn't matter though, because Dan's just going to walk straight into his LG. That rail missed. Cam cleaning that up, and again, just rocket jumping straight up towards this Mega. There's going to be engagement here. Cam's going to move over to stack bench, but actually, Dan is close to Mega. Still got that direct rocket, saving Cam's life. This time, it does not go in the way of Dan. 5-2 right now.
Yeah, and this is a score deficit that Dan definitely doesn't want to be on the receiving end of, as Cam's lead is just getting longer and longer. 12 HP is a dangerous position to be in, as Dan's going to come running in with the machine gun and finally pick up his third kill of the game. 3 frags in it, 4 minutes in. Hopefully my mic's not cutting in and out again like it was before, as a lot of machine gun damage coming out from Camma there.
Dan's just trying to, there's a nice rocket. Needs to keep the pressure on here, right? Needs to, he's still 3 frags down. Still no LG. He's going to drop down quickly, grab this armor shot, get himself back to a good state. Now, he won't be able to get there in time to fully contest with this heavy. Actually, Cam, if he's not prepared from the high ground here, he's going to get, oh, the orb straight up with the shotgun. And wow, he even hits the rail. Oh my god, the amount of damage Dan takes in that situation from the low ground. I don't think he was prepared for that. The shotgun orb from below, followed by the rail, all of which you could barely see a pixel of it. Now gun spam coming out, only connected with 1 shot, and the rail misses, and this will become a chance to fall back. He's actually going to pop the shotgun out. Hits 2 great shots, but Dan, the rockets are impeccable, launching Cam around.
It's the low HP survival from both of them. Like, the past few frags that we've seen from both of them have not been clean in any sense of the imagination. They've both been finishing up with low HP, like that. Camma's finished off with 44 HP there. Gets it up to a nice amount of HP. The rockets miss, and just the amount of MG damage from Dan coming out, but Cam's not missing those rails, and both players having to back away.
Both players taking a little cheeky shot off there. Both were completely railable. Cam now, he's really low on both LG and rocket ammo here, so he's got to be careful and rail potentially. Oh, he's actually just going to push straight in and hits that first shot. Orb used, and he gets the orb killed. 9-4 right now. Cam is doing a fantastic job in this matchup. Dan pushing him with machine gun. Cam is not healthy, and it will be enough to force him back.
Camma was a little bit. I reckon Dan thought Camma was a little bit lower than he actually was there. He is low now, 10 HP.
There's no way he's
Cam
here. If there's all time being wasted, Cam's still ahead, and Dan has the chance to push it. That was actually really smart timing from Camma. He waits till Dan's no longer watching that angle, pushes through as is jumping on top, and then when you know, Dan's not ready for it. By doing so, he is able to actually clean up another frag on about 20 HP. So really, really smart from Cam. And oh, huge damage as well. But Dan with the return rail, that was phenomenal. That wasn't even with sight. Cam railable here. He needs to be so careful. He's heard where Dan's coming from. Oh, he peeks, catches him running in the opposite direction.
He was. Yeah, I think Dan's just finding this is starting to get slowly further away from him. Sight pop realizes Cam hasn't actually spawned yet. Cam gets a weird lower spawn, yeah.
Interesting for Cam to just run straight in there. Like, Dan was not that low. When he just pushed straight in, and oh, the rocket's not quite connected to the rail. Good shot. Cam forced back. He goes back into the LG, grabs the armor shard, and grabs some of the health, keeping him above that railable state. Now Dan's the one in control. He's managed to flip this back round. Feels like a while that Cam's been just running over him.
Yeah, but at the same time, at this point in the map, you know, Cam's 4 frags up. He can afford to slow down a little bit more if he wants to.
Apparently he doesn't want to though, because he's just going to orb straight in on Dan's face with just an LG. That's all he had. No rockets. Straight into Dan's rockets, and then somehow comes out on top.
Yeah, but he was confident.
Pretty clean too, yeah. Great entry rail in here as well. He's got to keep. This is the damage he's keeping up with, and because he's hitting so much damage, I mean, Dan's finding it so hard to keep stacking. But even there, another great rail, and Dan's just trying to get a tri ball in. A little bit of tickle, even with the rockets. Maybe we'll be up. Dan just pushing low with the machine gun. Does get a nice rail here from Cam. Dan's not healthy, but that tri-bolt was phenomenal. Huge damage. I think all three must have hit direct. And Dan's going to push in. And he's actually going to get this spawn. And he goes down. This is definitely not over.
No, I never said it was over, and Dan is definitely clawing his way back into this matchup. He's still got a lot of work ahead of him. And he's in quite a good position at the moment. That previous frag was clean enough that he can have a bit more confidence going into these next fights. And as he finds Hammer pushing him into the mega health.
Nice frag. He does take a huge amount of damage though. Does a decent job restacking. On the rail.
How is Dan allowed to keep getting away with this?
This is a huge chance. He's caught cornered in here, and yeah, perfect weapon choice. And wow, he's brought this back to a 1 frag game. We've got a minute 20 to go, and Cameron's just going to push straight in. Takes a huge amount of damage with it. He's got to run. He's now railable. Rocket jumping over towards the T position. Gets that upper armor shot. 1 minute to go. Mega will be for Dan, and he's going to have a massive stack to work with. Couple of the 25 shots.
1 minute, 1 frag.
Yeah, and this thing, he's got those vials. Oh, Cam, he's peeking. Shot will not connect. Yeah, it's just going to aggress, and Cam's still just sitting here. He's so low, he can't hang around. And great defensive rocket. Dan's pushing the LG, and wow, the defensive damage coming out from Camera. The rockets were so strong. He's managed to actually get that frag somehow. It looked what looked like an absolutely dire situation where there was no way he was going to come back from it. And now at the point is, Dan's got 30 seconds left to get 2 frags. Yes, he has just got some of the major items, but can he actually do anything about it? He doesn't have the weapons to keep fighting, and Camera's just going to keep doing this defensive play.
Dan makes the wrong prediction, thinking that he's going down that corridor. It's just not right, and yeah, suicide by Dan. 15 seconds left. Cam is taking Awoken for the first time tonight against Dan, and this is not the start that Dan would be hoping for.
I certainly don't think so, and especially I think Cam must have, he's just going to sit in a little spot. GG's a pull. Cam technically 2-0 up now, right? So while that was the first map, he does have a map in hand. And he must have been, rewatching that VOD back. He wanted to know what he did wrong. He wanted to figure out exactly where, what Dan did to come back into it. And
look at the difference in rocket damage from those two. 1,700 to 1,100 damage. That's a massive gulf in rocket damage between the two. And Cam just showing why he's a bit of the rocket god in Australia at the moment, I reckon.
Yeah, he had some fantastic rockets. Not like that, you look at his rail gun too. 60% rail accuracy in that match, which is shy of 60. That's just huge. That just gives you so many chances. And that, I think, was one of the biggest factors for his win on that map, is every time he got one of those rails off, it was always a crucial rail to keep Dan's stack low enough to the point where Dan couldn't push in. Dan had to go back and either restack, or he had to go back to the major item. And it just wasted so much time. And so much time where he just wasn't in the map, wasn't able to compete. And when you're in the lead, that's always a good thing.
It was like what we were talking about in the Dan versus Knight game, where Dan was just doing just enough to keep Knight low, and Kama just turned that around and used that against Dan, and we saw it was a 2 frag.
And now we're going to Deep Embrace, which was Kama's pick. Cause that first map, that was Dan's pick. So this is a really good lead start here for Cam.
And knowing how good Kama is on Deep Embrace and how well he's playing tonight, as Dan, I'd be a bit worried going in against this one.
Yeah, 100%. I think Dan does have the better champ pick here, but I think Cam probably knows this. I'd rate Cam, I think, on this map over Dan, I reckon. I think this is usually a map that Dan bans. He probably just doesn't have the experience, whereas Cam, I know he's very happy playing this map.
Man, it's just not a very good map at the end of the day as well.
Well, there's probably going to be some people in chat disagreeing with that. I know Lucky's a fan of the Deep Embrace. He's in chat.
Yeah, it's just not typically a map that is conductive to the way Dan plays. And yeah, just the spawn frag train that you can get going here.
And just waiting on Dan here for just 1 second. We'll run through here and we'll update these predictions for you. So Cam, taking map 1.
Yeah, I'd even say, yeah, my prediction's 100% going towards Kama for this map. I reckon we'll be 3-0 up at the end of this.
And then there'll be match point then for Cam. Match and series point, tournament point.
Lucky, I don't need to learn the spawns on this map because I always just insta-ban trash maps. There we are, both players are readied up. We're going to be going into the deep embrace. And based on predictions, it looks like we'll probably be going into Kama's deep embrace.
So predictions are up in chat. Let us know what you think. Put those channel points behind your player. Do we think Kama takes the map, or does Dan bring this back? 2-1. He really does want to get this map. This is a pretty crucial one to win, I think.
Will the migraine medication have kicked in for Dan yet is going to be the other question. And hopefully it's the non-nighttime version. You don't want him falling asleep at the keyboard.
Right, he's just had some Panadol Rapid, you know, works in like 15 minutes. That first map wasn't any good, but now, 15 minutes later...
You've never had a migraine, mate, if you think Panadol can help that shit.
Don't worry, no, I used to get terrible migraines. Yeah, I know, Panadol did fuck all.
Get on the Masindol.
Alright, let's start here on Dan.
Okay, yeah, because Dan, he's the one who's got to pull something out of his rear. So I'll be interested to see how he starts off this game.
I think he's got a better chance with that first missed rail. Not ideally, actually. Kama being quite respectful there, though. Knows that Dan's also going to have rockets, so didn't want to keep pushing in with only LG. Bit of a fumble there, trying to get up top, but he's just going to hold back on this position. And Athena, so good for this map, using the passive there. Open up high knob. We're aware that Kama is just standing underneath him.
Yeah.
And Kama just wants that rail. That's the thing he's doing.
Has he gotten it, though? Are you sure he wants the rail and he's not just going for the heavy, which he has just stolen out from underneath Dan's, I can't say watchful gaze, because he did just let it get stolen. But look at that rocket placement. Not as good as Kama, and Kama's going to come charging through with the rockets, and first map on the board goes to Kama. We're not seeing a spawn frag train start yet, because the armor and ammo up had to occur. Such a strong position for Kama to be in.
And that delay he put on Mega was such a good play too. It allowed him to get control of both items almost immediately in this map. It's going to be a real hard thing for Dan to get back in. He's just going to play this quiet on the low ground as he tries to get his weapons coming out here in that armor shard. So he knows the position. Mega will be up, and oh, great punish there from Kama. He's going to push in here again. He's the second one. Immediate ghost walk as well. Doesn't want to take it, and Dan's just ready to rocket jump. He does get a shoot. There's no way Dan gets... Okay, I was scared for a second. There was a massive amount of damage from Dan in a situation where he should have died for free. Kama still super low though. Dan, if he knows this, he could probably try and keep the aggression here. Railgun, and it's going to be scary. Machine gun through the floor. It takes one more bullet, two more bullets, and he's got this kill. He's going to keep the aggression on Kama. He's just got to run, and he gets the rail off at the end. It was a great shot to finish off with. Even the spawn rail doesn't connect, and he's got to be careful here.
Yeah, if you're not hitting that spawn rail, you need to get out of dodge immediately, and that's what he does. He's going to get the Mega for himself. It's not going to give him much of a boost with all that damage that Kama got onto him with the shaft. As, yeah, both players are being forced to retreat and give each other a bit of space.
And missing a lot of uncharacteristic rails. I think that's 6 misses in a row here. This is not usually what we see.
It was 5 or 11 rails and 12 rails and hit 1.
Wow. Shruls, get off his PC. No, I'm sorry, that was...
Shruls, hey, if Shruls was on his PC, he'd have hit all of them.
That was some good damage there. He's starting to finally hit the rails as he needs to. A couple of nice shots coming out. And Kama is still really low here. The LG from below is actually quite nice. Dan's going to be able to secure this item, but Cam is going to have to keep running. And Dan's reading this, and this should be a kill, but again, I missed rail and just LG out. There we go. The LG comes at 1 HP now for Cam, and it's probably best for Dan that he's actually out of those and 100 damage to clean it off. No rails left. He's going to have to head over to the other side of the map to secure those, but he will get Mega first.
Yeah, 3 minutes in, and this is being a lot closer than I think even me or you were predicting was going to happen here. I mean, we both know the importance of this map for Dan at the moment in terms of needing to win it. But yeah, we thought this was definitely going to be Kama's playground, and it's turning out to not be going that way at the moment.
Good invis there for Cam. And he's gone over towards the Mega side, and Dan peeking. I don't think he realized he was railable. I think he was only railable by a couple of HP. And Cam, with no other ammo other than this rail, gets that kill.
Yeah, he had the Mega right there to refresh him.
Right, straight pushing in just with a nail gun. He doesn't have the weapons really to fight this, but he's done enough damage here where Dan was actually down to a railable state. Doesn't manage to get that shot as Dan secures the heavy and backs off. Takes one more rail though before Cam gets out of here, and pushing him with the hits. Good amount of damage to begin with, and 22 HP. He survives.
And Dan's going to know he's low, and he does know he's low, and he gets in there. After going crazy, he goes for the spawn refrag, but Cam didn't spawn there, and he's coming straight in. Cam sees the hook though, and has the rail waiting for him. So much damage coming from underneath that he's got no choice but to back out. Rails are exchanged in the favor of Kama. Finishes him off with a little bit of machine gun, and takes the spawn rail for his efforts.
Ooh, the rail there missing by a millimeter. I'm reading it correct, and Dan, he's got to be careful waiting on this item. Mega was sitting up for him, but he didn't have time to walk over there. Didn't want to risk going over there. And Hammer taking him down before he gets that 6-3 now. He's starting to build up a bit of a lead. Halfway through, the aggressive invis coming out. Dan will still and he lands just in front and almost goes flying off the edge of the map.
Thought we were going to see an inside out then.
I was worried we were going to see a ring out, see a Syncera chiming in.
We could only hope for it.
Has to be won by the end. And Dan's in a precarious position. Mind you, hitting that rail's nice, but beautiful rocket from Cam. Dan walking straight into it. Going down one more time. This range is not too much in trouble, but the machine gun can still hurt you from spawn. You've got to be careful, especially when you've got no armor. But Cam jumping over here, heavy, secured. 7-3 now. We're halfway through this map.
These last 4 frags, I think what we were more predicting was going to happen closer to the start of the game, as that pop-up rocket followed by the rail.
Wow, the LG from Dan though, he just full bore sends it, and he hits 100%, melting down that stack. You know, these light champions, they don't have a huge stack to work with. When you hit so much LG, they are gone. And wow, the steal from Dan. That was so disrespectful. Cameron's just sitting there with a shotgun. He's so not ready for that. And a 3D item for him, and a great rail here too. He should be swapping that to the LG here. He's not connecting with these rails. Cameron pushing with the LG, the shotgun. Not doing enough damage, but there we go. The second shot cleans it up. 6-8. He's bringing this back. Ready for the angle, but oh, Cam, he's so quick. He gets in there. Falls back immediately.
This is the swings that we see on Deep Embrace. You saw a 4 frag lead, and in pretty much any other map in Quake Champions, you go, that's a massive, massive lead. How's he ever going to make it back? On Deep Embrace, that's a 30-second section of gameplay. As Kama does get himself back in control of our cameras here, but Dan coming up with just so much shaft damage, forcing Kama out of that.
Dan's going to be careful because of this exact reason he was railable, and the immediate spawn rail as well. That's one of the things we're so careful of in this map. He's going to jump onto the Mega, doesn't have the weapons to fight at that range. Cam will back off here. Doesn't want to get into that LG range. Missing that rail means he is going to have to give up that item, and beautiful Ghost Walk. Popped before he takes too much damage. He's going to keep aggressing him. He's not railable, but he's close.
I mean, he's not railable if Dan's just not hitting his rails tonight. With Dan's 30 rails into this game, and he's only hit 7 of them. Whereas Cam's fired 36 rails and hit 22 of them. Like, normally, you know, a few missed rails here and there is not a big deal, but when you're missing the majority of your rails on such a rail-heavy map, that hurts. It takes out a bunch of the fights that Dan can even think about contesting if he knows that he's just not hitting.
Exactly,
He's
and
gotta
especially
be
when your
taking
opponent
the-
is returning all those
Yeah.
damage, right? You try and peek to get a shot, and then you're getting the return. They're hitting it, and beautiful push in there with the LG out. Great weapon choice, cleans that frag up, and
Yeah, but you can see with the way that Kama's playing, Kama knows that Dan's just not hitting these rails, so he's not letting the Rocket and LG fights occur if he can avoid them. And it's just allowing him to stay in control.
Wonder Dan is slowly bringing this back. It's 7 to 10 now, only 3 frags to go, and it's a minute and a half, especially if he can catch many a beautiful first rail and a second one too. And Solo Ghost Walk is actually up, and he doesn't pop it straight away. He's railable still, and Dan's just
You don't
watching his
need
ankles.
Ghost Walk if you can disappear just with the angles, mate.
Yeah, Kama knows that all this time that he wastes is all beneficial to him. And he gets caught
Each
out over here.
particular
Oh, the rail
one is-
connects, but unfortunately for him, 2 connect from Cam, and then Dan forced to get out of there. Super low HP, and he does use the hooks. Really nice to clear those items, and not seen him. Kama, the quiet play
didn't
from
see him.
beneath, and the rail as well off Swarm. This is going to make it real difficult now, because Dan has to go and restack before he takes a spike. Missed rail from Cam. Dan, one, he gets out of there.
Classic servo score. The classic servo score is where we're at with only a minute left on the map, and this is starting to look like a mountain too high to climb for Dan.
Yep, and I think with that one there, we can safely call this one a GG. Cam stacked.
No, it's
big
Pin Break's still
shotgun.
time.
There's definitely not time, I'm afraid to say, Dasrock.
Yeah, there's not time now. That is GG. That you can take a lot of the frags on this map and turn them into a frag movie. It's been that kind of matchup. And Dan's just throwing himself at Cam now. 15 seconds left. He knows there's no chance. It's for the ego. And yeah, as was pointed out, Dan 3-0 down. This is not a situation that we've seen Dan in for many months in the KDC. And I believe it's one more map win for Kama to take away his
Yeah.
first KDC victory.
If Kama gets this next map, that's it. He wins, I believe, his first and only KDC split. And it's not enough points for him to get straight through into land qualifiers or land top 8, but it's definitely shown that he's capable, and I think he'll be pretty much a shoo-in for the last chance qualifier to take one of those last 2 spots to get into the top 8.
That doesn't mean you shouldn't sign up for the last chance qualifier if you're going to the land, guys. You never know what could happen. You could be up for some money.
Exactly
But
right.
yeah.
And there is that one extra spot still. Like even if we take out that one that is most likely going to go to Cam, there is still that one more spot available.
Yeah. We're into map 4 here now. Blood Covenant.
And Cam immediately ready. He wants to jump straight into this.
Now, this is probably one of the first maps tonight in this matchup, in this grand final, where I think Dan might have the edge champ pick-wise. I know it's a bit of a classic with the slash on Blood Cov, but it's a classic for a reason. And yeah, I mean, he's got to win this one. He doesn't have a choice if he wants to stay in it.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. When's the last chance qualifier, Swampy? I cannot remember off the top of my head. I will inform you later on. Okay, you don't even want it. All right. Well, then what's why are you even asking, man?
He doesn't believe in himself.
Lower bracket finals after this. No, this is the final, potentially the final map.
This is the grand
KDC.
final. This is for all the bananas. This is for all the points. This is for insert whatever the large amount of things that is valuable is.
Ego.
Ego,
Bragging
yes.
rights.
This could be potentially the last Quake Champions map in Div 1 that we watched tonight. If Kama can take away the win, Dan needs this win to keep his dreams alive for possibly being able to take out the hat-trick of wins.
Yeah. And let's start on Dan here in the Slash. Always nice to watch Dan on Slash. Champion he does thoroughly enjoy. You might not see it as often. He gets this Mega Size map cam. Definitely getting the ideal spawn for the champion. And pushing straight up here. Nail gun out. He gets the rail gun. Oh, almost taking it. He's going to be so careful.
Is that starting Nail?
Who's starting Nail?
I was asking if that's starting Nail, and then I realised, no, stupid question. He had the heavy spawn. He's got the proper Nail. But the rail, the rocket rail combo from Cam. And he's in a pretty good position. Like, he didn't lose a lot of health after that exchange.
What a rail from Cam. Dan flying across up that rail ball, and Cam just punishing it. So
Cam's just hitting his shots with the rail tonight.
Exactly, and that's what you've just got to do, right? When you're in this sort of tier, and Dan actually kind of gets blessed there, not taking the rail from that shot. He's just kind of just flying around the map like crazy, and Cam actually missing a whole lot, and forced to fall back. Both these major runs up at a pretty similar time, so he'll be free to get this heavy. Dan won't be able to make it here in time. Even with the speed of that Slash, both those rails just missing. Cam with Inject ready to go.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think Dan's just not hitting his rails this map, and it's making it more difficult than it needs to be. I think, yeah, we've just seen his first 3 rails of the night actually connect, and it's finally resulted in a frag for him. And
yeah, the second frag here as well. Hits the rail, and
he misses the second rail, and nail damage is just phenomenal.
He didn't have an LG, and that's why he really needed to go through and grab that LG. And Cam with the rail already taking that first shot, and eating one in the back. Let's get this machine gun now. So he doesn't have LG, but he's got machine gun to work with. Cam just pushed the bounce pad out. That was a beautiful mediator. Wow. Wow, that's the one way to do it, right?
This far into the night, that is bloody awesome.
He just waited for this map before he wanted to shove. He wanted to make this difficult, you know? That's what it was. Let's go with that. No, Dan's rocket jump up. Cam not prepared for that. Immediately 3 rockets straight into his feet. He is gone again. Now, Nail too, and Cam with the LG though does a massive amount of damage, but he's got to be so careful. He's in such a low state. 5 seconds down to Omega, and the question is Dan going to get an angle on Cam? Tries to get that shot, not connecting, and Cam just playing this dangerous game from beneath the rocket, huge amount of damage. Dan, oh my god, Dan is just playing a real balls game, just flying over the top of those pillars. Could easily be taken down, but this is smart from him. Coming back, oh, the rail, the inject, immediately gone from Cam. I think Dan would know that the fact that he survived means that he had to be super low there and must have used inject. Trail coming out, pushing straight into Cam, shotgun out, perfect weapon choice, and he is just deleted again. 3 minutes in, 5-1 right now.
That is a massive lead to have on Blood Covenant. I don't care who you are, what your skill level is. This 4 frag lead that Dan's got is a lot of work for Kama to have if he wants to try and make this a 4-0 win. But just the shots coming out from Dan is...
I think that's the difference, right? It's just that he's hitting the damage right now. The shotgun coming out, he should get this kill. Yep, 50 HP still surviving. And he will get this armor shot, this 25, and he's got heavy as well. He's got plenty to work with, and immediately Cam shows up, takes a rail, good machine gun. And he doesn't peek for that final shot. Smart for him to back off. Dan still so healthy in this situation. Still a couple of seconds before this item, and no way Cam can go up here safely. Dan trying to get the damage below, and a beautiful another rail, and again, he's just hitting so much now. Swapping out to the Tri-Bolt. He wants to try and hit this. Inject coming out, and again, immediately deleted. The rocket's so close to flying up to Dan's face, but Kama is critically low. He cannot hang around. Dan smells blood in the water, and he is going to leave him up for now. He knows that Cam has to restack, and the read is perfect. He waits on the armor shot. Cam walking around the corner, giving him another frag. 7-1. Is this the same player as we saw in the previous map? Or the 2 years?
I tell you, the painkillers have kicked in.
100% they have.
Yeah, I was just about to switch to Kama to see if he actually had a rail in hand there, because I didn't think we had actually seen any return rails. But as I did, Kama died, and just gets met with 00 buckshot straight to the teeth, as Dan is 9-1 up, almost 5 minutes into this game, I mean, with all of the confidence that Kama would have had from not only his win,
5-minute warning.
GG's
Yeah,
already
Kama
called
GG
it.
there. Well, yep.
Yeah, with the confidence, no frames. Okay,
That was not no
that's
frames,
the
mate. That was just Dan hitting, you know, every rail in the map. DDoS you, mate.
Shit talking. Yeah, what I was gonna say is Cam's had all this confidence from the previous matchup and the last three maps. 2 maps, sorry. And then you're just getting 11-1 like that. That's got to do a number on you to a degree. Having someone else pull off your move of the MIDI rockets on you as well. Quite a spectacular one.
Look, we still got 3 more maps to close this out,
Yeah.
so I don't think he should be worried at this point, right? It was Dan's map pick, and I
But
think
it has an effect on you.
I think Cam's the sort of player he'll be able to put it behind him and just think about the next map.
Going into CK though, this is a map that we've seen Cam been incredibly strong on. And great champ picks from both players again as well.
Yeah, how do you rate this one? Just this, because I don't think it's as much. I think definitely the Blood Covenant's favored Slash a lot more.
Yeah, I was just looking at the picks, and normally we see Kama with the Galena pick on here, but Dan's got it now. Fuck. I haven't seen much of Kama's Eisen play, so I'd almost say that this champ pick favors Dan a little bit more strongly as well. What are you feeling?
I am sitting here questioning whether or not, like, the thing is, right, so we've got no railgun anymore to worry about. Always a factor in this map, especially when you've got someone who's just come off, you know, both of these players, right, have been hitting so hard with that weapon in the previous, Dan in the previous map, and then Kama before
in the
that.
previous map.
So,
Looking at the stats.
yeah. But obviously it's a completely different playstyle on CK, which is what CK is such an interesting map to watch it, because it's got such a different, looks like both
Emma's
players are
doing
just
it.
restarting. So we're going to just have a little quick break here while the players reboot.
Okay then.
So yeah, let's keep looking at some of these maps then while we wait for them to boot back up. So yeah, so CK. So I think this could look, obviously if Kama wins another map from here on, that's it. He's won the tourney. But Dan's got to make his way through the next CK, then Veil, and then Insomnia would be our decider. I think
Well,
if
I
we
was
do
gonna
get to
say
Insomnia, I do like the Saw lag.
Yeah, okay. If we get to the Veil picks, Scale and Death Knight on this map, how are you feeling about that?
Look, honestly, I think I rate Dan's pick in all 3 of these maps, right? Like, the Galena Island's very even, but I think the Galena, that you've got that little bit more versatility with your thing. Yeah, your totem, you can get a little bit of healing out as well. If you can get that triple totem up, it can be massive. In Veil, Scalebearer's charge can be really quite troublesome to sort of dodge, and the Death Knight has got nothing really to play against it. So
Yeah, you really got to focus your beams as Death Knight to get much usability out of it. The big spread on such a tight map isn't going to be anywhere near as useful, and with the abundance of health bubbles to pick up, you can cancel it out really quick. So yeah, as Camo, you'd definitely be wanting to wrap things up on CK before letting Veil occur, because if Dan gets CK, then Veil, it's not a good position to be in. Well, we got Dan back. Dan reckons he got DDoSed. We're just waiting on Kama to rejoin. But yeah, this matchup gonna be tight. don't know if Fuzzy's still there or if I've been muted.
No, that's, I was just
yeah.
getting Cam back in. All right, we've got both players in. They both restarted.
And we're ready to go straight on in. So do you reckon we were seeing a technical issues camera there, or do you think the migraine tablets have finally kicked in for Dan?
Oh, hang on. I think Cam's still just having a couple of issues. There's Nvidia's causing the problem. Typical Nvidia. The new Nvidia drivers are dog shit, so...
Let's go AMD. Or Intel. But yeah, wind them back. The latest drivers are shit house. I guess we're just going to be going in as is.
I'm just waiting on Dan to confirm he's ready to go. There we go.
Dan's confirmed he's good. Yeah, reinstall Windows. Quake Champions loves a fresh copy. Whenever I go back and watch Dander King versus Kilson every now and then, not a bad one to go back and watch.
Right, we are kicking off now. Players are ready.
Who are we going to be starting with? Who do you think is going to give us the best opener to this? And have we got predictions for this map up to spend your channel points on yet?
Of course we don't. Don't be silly. Come on.
Oh, if only we had another mod in there that would be able
only
to
if
put
there
the
was a couple of
predictions up.
mods in chat who could, you know, help with that. Start prediction. Who wins? Map number 4. That's okay. We've got this covered. We're a professional stream here.
And definitely not a commentator putting in channel points to predict who he thinks is going to win. I'd never do that.
Who are you putting them on?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would like to know. That's why I asked. Yeah,
I guess that's the way this goes, isn't it? Back
this
and
is
forth,
Cam's
you
match
ask a
point.
question, I give an answer.
Exactly. Usually an answer that's got nothing to do with the question, but, you know, or a roundabout answer. Well, let's start on Cam here. Let's see what he can do on the eyes. And he gets this mega spawn. And going to go straight through to LG. Straight through
Interesting
this
place
armor.
to Timmy as well. Not
Damn.
really a place you'd expect to get much utility from. Dam already popping his first totem, which is keeping him alive.
But rockets are not connecting, and he used all 10 rockets,
No.
and Cam just dodging everything, staying alive. He used all his self already. Dan's going to push through. The shotgun will be enough, though, to clean this up. He's going to come straight through, and Timmy will be seen, but I don't think Dan's really going to care too much. And he does actually clean up. Cam tries to push straight through. He actually steals away Mega. So much for calling that Timmy crap, but a little bit of LG in the back.
I mean, it wasn't fantastic, let's be honest. It didn't do any damage, but it did destroy.
It did win him. It did win Cam with the Mega, and I feel like if that's what your Timmy does, that's totally a good use of the turret. Dan's going to catch him here by the LG. That's not working in his favor at all. Does have the time to heal up on the LG from above. Doesn't have the timing on this Mega. Still a few seconds off the tri-bolt again off the spawn. And Dan's
If you
going to
hit
fall back.
and bolt like that, like, you're in a good position from your just sheer damage output. All 3 of the trial bolts collect Dan as in the side of the head as he goes through the teleporter, and that's going to be frag number 3 for Kama there. And Kama's just going in full steam ahead here. He knows that you need quite a large lead to be comfortable on this map, and that's what he's currently working on. Dan just hoovering up all of these hit points.
And wow, Dan just flying in onto that Mega, steals it away from Kama. I do not think Kama will be too impressed with that at all. Dan just trying to push him with the shotgun. Kama flipping against the wall, and that's going to get him killed. Maybe. Dan's going to keep it. He's got that totem, and the shotgun's just... Finally, the shotgun gets the kill, missing a bunch of shots. He does clean it up, tying this back up 3-3. Kama just trying to get out that room, but he's not able to escape in time.
Where Cinco has put some code in this game where it says if Dander King uses shotgun, 17 damage is the most you're allowed.
That's just a balancing act, alright?
But in any case, I believe Dan's in actual full control here. Mega and Heavy, both in his possession.
Let's finally get
However,
rockets.
Kama's using
Needed.
Kama's using Timmy fantastically to defend the entrance to this room, as he places the rockets in such a lovely way.
Oh, LG, beautiful catch, and Cam just tries to walk straight in. Dan ready for it. Cleans him up without taking any more damage in that fight. Gonna have this armor shot as well. Probably gonna struggle to get over this. Trying to drop and takes a huge amount of LG. And the question is, can he finish this off the shotgun?
It's not
and the
enough.
rocket will not quite connect. And the Tribolt too. Nice damage from above coming out from Cam. And still got this shotgun ready to go. Tribolt too. Dan's not super healthy. He's got a fair chunk of health, but no armor. I'm just gonna keep trying to fly back. Tribolt just out of range.
It's that chip damage that's keeping Camera away though, and at the moment, Dan's just happy to push Camera away from him. As he's going to be, he misses out on the heavy. That's what we were worried about before, and Camera's just running away with that heavy there. Dan's almost got his pocket Mega Health up, and the pocket Mega Health comes in handy as he's going to be raining down double O buckshot. It's not enough.
Wow, Camera's
off the jump pad.
The curse of, you know, Dan's shotgun doing 17 and Camera's just doing 100. But he does manage to refrag it with the nail gun in the end.
The nail gun, obviously, the better choice than the shotgun, as always, Westy. As Dan's just not even going to bother contesting for this heavy.
He's not in position to get there in time.
So much nail damage through the teleporter there. And Cam's immediately forced to go back and get some more of those health bubbles for himself. As Dan's just going in, he completely ignores Timmy.
I love that play from Dan though. He knows in between the Tribolt it's not quite as long of a delay between rail shots, but there is still a sizable delay in between shots from a Tribolt. That was a great shot. Come up, wow, and he gets the second one. That's Dan's going to Dan's going to go down here. Yeah, Timmy's waiting for him.
Timmy gets some damage.
Perfectly placed, Timmy. Dan completely forgot about it. One shot cleans it up. We'll go down now. Still one frag game. This has been pretty much tied up the whole time. Totem. Base tank by Kama. Machine gun duel definitely going right now in the favor of Cam, and he's going to start aggressive towards the LG out. Dan trying to push in to get that help, and Cam is ready for it. Cleans him up, and it will take it for himself. Mega is up as well, but Dan's actually one sneaks through, steals it away.
Yeah, we're all evened up at basically the halfway mark. 5 minutes left in this game, and it can still go either way. Oh, so much pressure for both players at the moment, as the LG from Dan is just fantastic. And Timmy's just not hitting what he needs. Didn't provide the distraction that Cam wanted, but the LG damage and the totem going down just isn't enough to keep Dan alive. And Cam is going to be facing the rain of rockets from Dan as off the respawn. Mega health is all good.
I'm trying to get in here to contest this item, but just not enough time to get over
That's
there.
not good enough.
Will manage to get out without taking any damage, but stacks are actually pretty even after that heavy. Cam with very little armor. Dan doesn't have weapons to get by. Some good rocket, good awareness. Coming out from Cam, the nail spam, in a tiny little tickle. Dan's gonna fall back, grab the armor shot, and Cam now without any rockets either. Dan doesn't opt to push in straight away. And wow, he gets the rockets. Wow, that's okay. That was ring out. I thought that was 2 directs. Never mind. There was still some great rockets there though from Dan, and Cam just. Sorry, Dan pushed straight through. Cam the one defending this item, but the speed is just too quick. He just comes flying straight through. Turret's still up, and I hope that doesn't come back to bite him in the ass later on. We've seen it already happen once before.
Timmy is a forgettable character, and it's, yeah, as you said, it has bit him in the ass. The MG fight's going to come out, but Cameron's not having any bar of that and just gives up the Mega to Dan. He's going to know that that the heavy's pretty safe, especially with Timmy there. Will Dan remember that it's there if he goes to press for it? That's a good question. Weird rockets from Camo just lag affecting and gets the frag, and
yeah, Dan just, I think, assuming Camo was a bit lower, I think, than what he was, tried to push through, get that kill, but Camo's rockets were just absolutely insane. There's no other way around it. They were just perfectly placed. And by doing that, he was able to work that. Turret not going exactly where he wanted. I think he wanted that up on the bridge now. That's right, he's still in position for this. He's done a decent chunk of damage, actually pushed down onto the item, and Cameron's happy to just let that go. gonna fall back. Doesn't really have to sacrifice. The Tri-Bolt's nice. Dan falls down. Actually, he doesn't take any more Tri-Bolt damage. Timmy chiming in there with 1 tick of damage. Tri-Bolt again, so much damage coming out. But machine gun in return though, coming from Dan. Chipping Hammer stack down. Mega. Secured again. Dan.
Yeah, but Cam is stuck on the opposite side of the map to where he usually is when Dan picks up the Mega, and Dan's in a fantastic position to steal the heavy and all of that damage, but the middle rocket is absolutely fantastic.
Oh my god, that was just rocket after rocket from Cam. 3 almost, he's going to go down immediately to refrag it. But hey, that was some sick shots coming out there from Cam.
That
He should be
was
proud of
amazing.
that. Will be in a frag video later on. So
You don't often see middies like that in grand finals. Unless, of course, Camera's playing, and Camera is playing, and the rockets are just simply lovely.
And right there, Kama, lucky to be alive, falling onto that heavy, saves his life. Dan now needs to get the snake fragment. Oh, that first round goes way too far, and this will be a clean kill here from Dan. It's a great swap there to the MG as well in the last second just to clean it up. Tied up immediately again. 10-10. Wow, nice little shot there from Kama. Just the spam rocket towards the top.
Yeah.
And Dan's going to catch Kama early. The LG is so good. Kama's got no health left here, and the rocket cleans up.
Gotta be careful of Timmy.
Finally eliminated Dan, and he's just going to keep aggressive. He's just leaving Timmy up, and Dan, he's just playing so aggressive. He's got no health to work with, and he's probably going to go down here. He's got the 225s, and the 225 saves his life. Cam just trying to clean up, goes down. Mega will go towards Dan. He's even going to get these 225s beforehand, maximizing this stack gain that he gets from that Mega. And the Armor Shard 2's got a good rotation here on his items. Low ground, good initial rocket coming out from Cam. Drops down below. The LG from Dan is strong, but the rockets from Cam are really nice, but the LG is so powerful. He's forced to back up 70 HP, and Cam is just shooting with his shotgun, hoping to get something out of it. Code there, back up the stack. Machine gun from both players is good. Both players critically low hit. Dan trying to get the angle on the rockets as Cam falls back after getting 225s. No armor shards for either player.
To the nail room.
And Cam's just waiting for the armor shard. It will be up momentarily because that's the rotation that Dan did. But Dan's the one with the stack to play with.
Dan's not even going to contest this heavy, I don't think.
No, he doesn't want to risk going down
And he's
there.
got all the info.
Cam's just pushed straight into his LG and huge 1 HP. That is literally 1. Cam survives. I don't know how Dan. I don't realize how low he got him. He needs to try and do something here. Actually, this time I didn't even realize I was too stressed out about this game that I didn't realize we were on 5 seconds to go. That will be it. Dan,
and we are going. We're getting more maps.
We are, Dan, taking map 4. That one was, even though it now says 5. Wow, we are going. We're going further. We're going further.
I just realized that my phone has been echoing this entire exchange the entire time. Holy crap. Dan has woken up and come to the frickin' party.
100%. He's just, he wasn't happy apparently with how those first 2 maps went, and just, just
First 3.
first 3. Sorry, yeah, no, first 2 because he won the Blood Pearl.
No, he lost Ruins of Sarnath automatically.
Oh, okay, but can ruins.
We're on
Gotta be
Vale
technical
now, and I think we both agree that Dan's got the stronger pick here.
Look, I like Dan's champions here for the rest of the set. Question is that going to be enough though?
Well, Cam's still got that map in hand, so he can still afford a loss.
Yeah, obviously, you don't want to make this an even 3-3, right? You want to go.
Yeah, but you don't want to have that lose. If Cam wanted to
The
wrap
longer
this
it goes,
up
the
back
better
at,
I'll get. Got to end it quick.
yeah.
This Dan.
Yeah, I mean, Cam wanted to have this wrapped up on Blood Cove. That obviously didn't happen because the migraine started leaking away for Dan around then. Corrupted Keep was tighter than either player would have wanted it. Fantastic win to Dan, and now we're on to Vale. Again, another map they've both been strong on, but the champ picks, I keep coming back to that. Scale Bearer for Dan is just such a strong pick, and I don't see the utility of Death Knight on here. I'm sure Cam's gonna make me eat my words within the first 2 minutes of this map. I'm just not seeing it right now, so it's all gonna come down to aiming up with the rockets and just hitting an insane amount of rocket damage and keeping the bull rush away.
Round begins in 3, 2.
So who are we starting with? Are we watching the Wiggle Merchant of Scale Bearer, or are we going with Death
Let's start
Knight?
with Cam here with the Death Knight. And gets this
Got a
Mega
10-second delay on the Mega.
Would work out into his favor, right? Because if he heard that heavy pickup, and first little engagement here by rail, no damage really exchanged between the two.
Yeah, just a little bit of LG damage, not enough, as Dan's gonna go happily charging away.
First rail coming out from Dan, nice shot. Or the rocket almost connects, and Hammer getting a nice bit of damage in return. Rocket's reading from Buster at the LG, absolutely perfect. I don't think Hammer missed a single cell there. He does actually
No,
opt to
and
leave Mega up here.
Yeah, Kammer's left that exchange really healthy at the end of the day.
Yeah, enough.
I guess
Because
that's
Mega, he's doing great, and I think this is going to be a dead Dan. The card does come out, and he does use it to get away, and
Doesn't do much damage though.
well, the nail does a decent chunk afterwards, but Heavy will be up momentarily, and always just drop on him. So great rail swap from Cameron. He's looking locked in for this. He does not want to lose another map.
Yeah, Kammer wants to get this done and dusted with. So far, he's looking like he's gonna be successful with that. First time in a while he's been low, but Dan's not really in a position to force it. Having said that, who cares?
Cam goes for a bit of a swim out in the acid pool. Yeah.
It's more of a
Steal away
volley.
the Heavy, so then wow, he pushes him behind with the LG, but holy shit, the rockets are so strong. Dan, the flame strike does come out. Starts burning Dan down. Both players pretty even stacked half his Mega Ball coming up. And tell you the rail was fantastic. And he gets this LG, he'll get this kill. The LG duel coming up between both sides. 7 HP. Again,
Kammer is
so
hitting
close.
41% LG at the moment. Just the amount of damage he's outputting with that thing is insane.
Yeah, when you play this heavy champion, that's something you've got to be careful of.
You're a bigger hitbox, you're a bigger target, and against any of these guys in Div 1, they don't miss as often as others.
The rockets from above and
look at that.
forced down on the Cam down to the low ground. He gets forced to get that lower armor shot. Always a dangerous spot to be in. And just flying straight through the LG from both players, and Dan will come out on top. Takes a decent chunk of damage here, but he'll have his armor shard stacking back up. No rockets to use, and he also misses out on the heavy. Great first rail though. Oh, damn, just resting here, and this is an interesting charge.
What
That was
happened there?
Yeah, I agree. What? Bit of a clusterfuck, as they say, in that situation. And the rail as it goes from the rocket jump, forcing back down to the ground. And Cam's trying to clean this up now. 7-2.
I'll just say you wouldn't see that bull rush miss happen on land.
No, I think the ball rush was actually legit, because I think he did, Cam was like bouncing the bounce pad at the front, and then he went over the top.
I'm just hearing excuses here. Anyway, Kammer in quite a lead, and I think Dan might be in the point of being okay. I'm done. Because we've seen a couple of gauntlet charges at weird moments now.
Scale into the champion, you would be doing global charge to it. See, like, look at that. If that rail connects, that was a kill. He does miss it, unfortunately. Did a huge amount of damage. Camera securing this heavy dance. Going to try and push it. Aggressive. The blue roll coming out of the shotgun stop at the end. Beautiful choice.
That's nothing.
That one and the rail forces down away, which means Cam's safe to go into this room here.
Within the first 2 minutes, Kammer making me eat my words. As we see 52 damage from the flame strike come out. Holy moly.
And yeah,
And
I'm
Kammer,
afraid to say this is definitely GG, unless Dan has got some miracles hiding away that we can't see. But
I think we both know Dan is going to be playing until the very end here. the very end of the clock, but I think the very end of KDC Split 3 has occurred 4 minutes into Vale.
The impression though that Rocket's not connecting, he gets a kill. You know, Cam got 15 kills in this minute of time, so in theory, Dan could do the same. I don't think
It's
Cam would have.
always harder to do coming from behind though.
Well, that's 'cause especially when, you know, Dan was just kind of just pushing in at him, allowing him to get these kills. Kind of like, you know,
Yeah.
bit of like one of those like Hail Mary plays, right? You just kind of hope that it works out. Cam obviously doesn't have to worry about those behind. The ball rush comes out, does clean up a kill. They go up momentarily. 4-15. At this point, Cam can just play time, and there would be no way back into this. Dan will have heard him out there as well. Rail doesn't connect. He's going to push straight in. There should be another kill here for Dan. There we go. Does get. He's going to watch out for this Rail spawn. Doesn't get it. And Cam instead going for the high ground. Gets the armor shard. Dan. Going to try to keep the aggression going. But at this rate, it's got to be just plus forward.
Yeah, 10 frags in 5 minutes. Not even 5 minutes, 4.5 minutes. It's a tall order.
You need a frag pretty much every 30 seconds, less than every 30 seconds, and you know, assuming you even played less than 99 damage rocket, that's a good start. And there's one. He's leaving that there's always a chance, and he gets this rail as well. If he can push in here with a second shot, the charge comes out, the flame strike is enough to get that kill. He waits just a moment after the charge hits as well to use the flame strike, because he knows that once the charge is finished, he'll get that extra damage. So he waits purposely for that, and to get him maximum damage at the flame strike at point blank range.
But yeah, we're still looking at 10 frags now in 3.5 minutes. The match has slipped away, I'd say, and Dan's doing a valiant effort to try and bring this back to make it a closer game, but I'm just not seeing it happening. The rails are exchanged and Cam's happy to drop down and just back out of there. As you said, he doesn't need to take these fights anymore, and he's not going to. Simple as that. Dan's jumping around, getting all his items, but he needs to be shooting Camera, and Camera's not there to be in the crosshair.
We've seen Cam already, like in the previous maps, just doing some fantastic defensive play. And again, we're going to see more of that here. Before he does connect, and this probably will be another frag here, but he gets a good chunk of damage off before he goes down. Nowhere near timing for that item. Cam's actually going to be positioned. Oh, 2 rails is nice, but again, the major item is there for him. Falls back, still 5 seconds for this item. Cam's going to keep progressing. And he even cleans up the kills. The rails were connecting, but Cam, just with that mega health, was stacked way too much. Pressure was just too much for Dan as he just kept approaching LG out.
Yeah, that early lead for Cam is what's going to cinch the deal here. I mean, he's able to maintain that 10 frag deficit between Dan, like,
He's even going to death at the end there, just as a little, you know.
10 to 8. 18 to 8, 2 minutes left on the clock. We're not going to be seeing, I don't think we're going to be seeing 10 frags in 2 minutes.
Can we get, it's a question of how many frags can Cam get now? Can he get to the 20? He's out of control here. Dan's huge blockers. The ball rush is fucking all over the place. What is going on right here? Rails missing from both players. Finally, Cam does connect with one here. Come on, you know you want to get to the 20. Oh, he does the jump. And we'll just call it the edge of it. And they're just going to have to sit here. Cam knows that he's won this.
Yeah. Brilliant plays. Brilliantly done by Kama, and congratulations to him as well. Like, it's gonna be a good feeling going into the LAN in a month's time. If DK on 0 ping is going to be fun. Any of the champs on 0 ping is gonna be fun. So if you're not signed up to play on LAN, why haven't you?
Yeah, there's still a couple of tickets left. Hint. Anyway, Dan's doing a couple of last rounds here, getting a couple of last frags, but...
Yeah, 9 minutes, 18-10. good on Dan for the sportsmanship of playing to the very end. That's what I've got to say.
He's here for the fans, that's right. And it's still been a fun show to watch, and Kama even cleaned that one up there. He gets to the 19, can he get the last one? Get to that 20. And he will as Dan drops down. Oh, damn, with the rail off the spawn. Always an angle you got to be careful of when you're trying to go towards that heavy. Dan even got that bounce, but he did a second one, the third one too.
See, 10 seconds, 9 frags. Can he do it?
There's always a chance, Dazbok. There's always a chance. And that'll be GG's. Thrown out by the players.
What a way
Kama.
to finish off Split 3. What a way. Dan not able to take the hat trick of the splits. Kama with his first KDC win. And looking at the stats on the website, I think this is actually his best placement in any Kuachicups competition as well.
Yeah, well, this is his
terms of
first
Quake,
split
yeah.
for KDC that he's actually played. So, you know, good on him for that. And yeah, imagine that you come in for your first tournament. You've got, you know, players like Knight and Dan come up against, even Lure as well. You know, there's a lot of these top tier players, and he comes in, and bam, he's like, I'm here to play. I'm ready for LAN. You guys better watch out.
Yeah, and that's going to be something to keep in mind. Like, yes, there is a month between now and the LAN, but
We know that he's going to keep practicing, right? Like,
yeah,
there's no slowing down for him now. You can only go up and up, right? Even if you've taken the win.
but yeah, what a way to finish off Div 1 Split 3. The highs and lows of tonight have... I'm struggling to find the words, mate. This has been like, what, 6-8 months of all the craziness, and we got Kama in the booth now. Congratulations, mate, on your first KDC Split win.
Hello, thanks for that, Despot. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir.
Yeah,
Welcome.
I'm on my phone,
Congratulations.
that's all, because I'm on phrase. Thanks for that. Yeah, no, thanks for that. It was good to get a win. I've never actually won a dual tournament in Quake Champions. Well, I have, but that was only like noobs only. I've never won the everyone in sort of dual tournament. So
Top tier, sort of like, yeah, top players, you know.
yeah, that's right. So
Yeah.
I was happy to get the win, of course. Yeah. So no, thanks for that. I appreciate it.
So I'm sure you came into this fully expecting you were going to take the win, yeah? Full confidence, were you? Or how do you think you're going to
I don't think when you play, personally, I don't think when you're playing someone like Dan, and even Knight's been playing very well. I was actually worried about Salty too, because he's been playing pretty sharp. I don't think you can ever say you expect to win,
Right,
but considering how I think the two guys, Salty and Knight, they're doing very well, but I still think I'm a little bit ahead of them. Dan is obviously very good, and even he hasn't been playing that much. I think everyone knows that. I know that. He knows that. I'm not saying that to make excuses for him, but he's not as sharp as what you can be. And I know from playing, I think we all know from playing when you haven't been playing as much, it can be hard because it's certain 50-50 situations, and even for me, because since Phrase passed away, obviously I haven't been playing any top players either. So you think to yourself in the games, oh yeah, I forgot that happens when you do that. You know what I mean? You can't do that, you know what I mean?
Right, yeah, I know you've been playing a lot, but, it's usually sort of like Div 2 sort of players and all that. Is, a few of the different
that's all there is a lot of the time, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you can play against them, and don't get me wrong, I'm experienced enough to know when it's a mistake and a better player would punish, but it's the consolidation of that punishment that doesn't happen when you're playing against weaker opponents. Like, you can fuck up and then you, like, 2 frags later, they'll get a couple frags on you, and then you're all good again. Whereas if you're playing someone like Dan or something, and you continuously keep making mistakes like that, he can rack up 10 frags on you. You know what I mean? The map's over. So that's where the difference is when you're not playing very good players. And obviously when you're lacking that little bit of sharpness, you just get caught off. You get, well, especially in Quake Champions, it's the Quake Champions experience to get angry. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You're not having fun if you're not yelling at the game. It's...
Oh, well, exactly. What was I going to say? I can't remember. But yeah, he's a very good player. So, when he's got full control, I mean, everyone's good when they got full control, but when he has full control, he's especially good. So you can't really allow that to happen, because you allow that to happen, he can just rack it, you know what I mean? Because he's so good at well, everyone goes on about his LG and his dodging. Obviously, they're staple parts of his game. But the biggest strength he's got in his game is he knows where you are. So when he has that and you've got nothing, he can be extremely ruthless. And he's so good at containing the information for himself when he has full control. So he's pushed up, but has he got red yet? Or is he pushing up off red? He's get damage on you. Now he's fallen back to red. What's he doing? You know what I mean? He's very good at keeping all the information to himself when he's got full control. So you can't really allow that to happen. So that's why I was thinking in terms of my strategy, sometimes you have to go extremely passive, but others, you know, are better off just getting some good damage on him, even if I die 1 or 2 times, because I don't want him having full control of everything, running the map ability up, you know what I mean? Because he's just fucking insanely good when he's doing that. Yeah. So, yeah, that's what my sort of strategy was in those games.
So, question then. So, when obviously you won the first 2 maps, right? You went up 3-0s, and you were on, match point, series point, and it was looking pretty comfortable for you. And then Dan sort of comes back in that Blood Covenant, and it was, very one-sided. We'll say that.
I'm not going to try here to make excuses, but ever since I know I'd said in the text, ever since I downloaded the latest NVIDIA drive about 3-4 weeks ago, my PC's running like a potato. It's playable. I'm not trying to say it's not playable. Obviously, you cannot beat Dan the King if it's not playable. It is playable. Yeah. But on that map, it was especially framing. I think it's because it's the biggest map with all the textures. You know, when you're sitting at Red Armor and you look up towards rail, even good PCs, they lag a bit. You know what I mean? So. He put me away on that one. But honestly, I'll tell you why I struggle on that map, because I started thinking about winning, not just playing. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. Well, that's what I was going to say. It's like, is there a bit of mindset, coming into it? It's like, hey, it's like 1 map off, and then the next map after that, obviously, he still then took the win. So going into that veil there, did you try and change anything to, sort of adjust to his game, or did you just play your own game?
Nothing to adjust to his game. He plays his way, I play my way. That's fine. I expect that. But it was more, I just said to him, just do it. Don't think about winning, you know what I mean? Yeah. See, on CK, I was thinking about winning the tournament. On BC, I was thinking, especially when I don't know if you guys remember, I hit that one rail where I flicked hard to hit him as he was jumping towards bridge from rail. Can you remember that rail?
Yes, we saw that one.
And I just thought, well, this is too easy for me. And I'm not saying that. It's like Dan the King, I'm just thinking, you're starting to think, well, fuck, I can just do whatever, you know what I mean? And then all of a sudden, you miss a couple rails, and then I was thinking about winning, honestly. That was the problem. And obviously, he started playing. He wanted to beat me, of course. No one likes losing. So, and it would have been good if he won 4 in a row, that would have been great for the spectators. They would have got their money's worth. But, yeah, that's sort of what it was. I started thinking about winning, mate. And I started thinking about Fraser, you know what I mean? Sorry.
And look, you really well played. Thank you so much for coming along. And look, I'm sure Fraser will be really proud of you. We're so grateful that, you came along. And so that's why we're sort of doing LAN, right? It's a bit of a, tribute and all that. And we're so glad that you're going to be part of it, and the fact that you won.
I got to qualify first. I think is that qualification or what?
That's unfortunate qualification, but I think we're all pretty.
That should count as qualification. Honestly, I'm not even trolling. That should count as qualification.
I think you'll be right qualified.
If you can... and then the other thing I want to say, just because I know I've got a loud mouth in the community, I'm happy to say what a lot of people said. In my opinion, it's not too late to allow 10 players in Division 1, because there's 10 stage PCs. It's not a professional tournament, you know what I mean? Let's just, everyone who wants to be in Div 1, probably the 4 guys who are competing for that spot, I'm not going to say all the names because there might be some other guys below, but, your Billy...
There's the ones who we sort of, there's one sort of level Mike players now, yeah. 4 players and there's only 2 spots. To me, just it's not too late to change it, make it 10, allow everyone to come, and that's that. This isn't a professional tournament, because I will say one thing, that a couple of admins who are currently admins, if it was only top 8 players, you would not have been playing at that Division 1 last LAN. And how that would have been bad to miss out on, because it was 4 overseas players and myself, Fraser, Dan, and Steve. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I just think I'm taking this chance to say I don't want to complain too much, but I think it's not too late to do that. We'll take your advice into it, and we'll see what we can do.
I'm checking out of this because I'm just a
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Anyway, I just thought I had to say that. Sorry, I just thought I had to say that.
Anyway, yeah. So anything else you want to say? Adding on to your match and all that against Dan and against even other players throughout the season.
Well, to be honest, I was the most worried to play Salty, and I'll say that honestly.
Actually, your matches against Salty were pretty close, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, weren't they?
Yeah, because the reason I was worried to play him is just because with Dan the King, if you lose to Dan the King, it's okay. You know what I mean? It's okay. And it's okay if you lose to Salty, honestly, but it would lower my standing in the community and it would increase his, which is fine if he beats you. And he actually played quite well against me. He was comfortable in the games. He probably got a bit unlucky on one or two of the maps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably I was most worried to play him just because, you know, it's the young Zuma aim. You know, they're talking about it like you don't want to believe it. Maybe he's just that quick. You know what I mean?
A
But,
bit of pressure on you to perform, and
he knows, he's like, he kind of reminds me of Stj how he's playing. Like, he knows all the little gay fucking ledge rockets and all that sort of shit to smash you. And he's confident in his play. He reminds me a lot of Steve, the way he plays. And it's a good way to play. He's a very good player as well. So, no, he's doing well. So I was probably more worried to play him than anyone else. Because, like I said, I want to test myself against Dan, see how good he was. And I know, like I said, he's a little bit underdone. But, you know, he's still a very good player.
yeah.
So he could have easily won today, even in spite of that. But yeah, I just wanted to test him against that. Against Knight, personally, Knight's doing very well. Actually, I was watching him before. Sometimes he looks fucking so insane, but then I don't know what he's. I don't want to like be nasty. But I don't know what it quite is. But he just sometimes just doesn't get it done. I don't know how to explain it. But because sometimes he just looks like pure Terminator for like 3-4 minutes straight. You know what I mean? But I've always been comfortable playing against him
that counts.
because I feel that Fraser and I, we play a little bit different to everyone else in terms of the damage off the spawn, the rockets. When you're attacking me and I've got 100 or whatever and rocket launcher, I want you to attack me because like I'll kill you most of the time. Not all the time, of course. No one kills all the time, but players mostly in QC, even in European scene and Australia as well, they don't use rocket launcher as their staple weapon. So people who are strong with LG attacks and whatnot, they don't like playing against me and Fraser because we just stand there with rockets. And not only are we not backing off, we're actually pushing back towards you, shut down the distance to hit you with the rockets. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's what I would say about the players in this tournament. The other guys even below those four, you can feel it when you're playing a lot of these guys. They got a lot better. You know what I mean? Your Billies, I haven't really played Shulzy much, but his results were pretty good. Mike, I was surprised at how he went. I thought he would do a little bit better because when I've been playing him, he's been playing all right too. You know what I mean? So, I think the level in Australia it's not too bad, honestly.
There is a lot of like up and coming sort of like the bottom of sort of like half of like Div 1. There's players who some names you wouldn't have heard of even a year ago, right? And all of a sudden they've just sort of shot up out of nowhere. So yeah, it's good to see that there are still new players coming.
Even some guys, that's exactly right. Even some guys who haven't even really been in Div 1, like Ratty and that, I watched him play. He looked all right to me. Like, not too bad, you know what I mean? So, that's the thing. Like, it's good. But, I still think the top, well, obviously Frey's passing away now, but the top 4 players to me are still the top 4 players.
I think there's still that sort of bit of a distinction between top 4 sort of and then beneath that.
And it's just hard for the other guys because we got experience. You know what I mean? I've played Quake for 15 years. Dan's played for even longer than what me and Fraser have, and Steve Joe's only played for like 1 year less.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
we've played overseas. We've played a lot of tournaments. You know what I mean? We've won. That's the thing. We've won as well. Then that makes a difference.
And then so you get players like Knight who come along. Like he started with Quake Champions, right? And then
exactly.
He's only been playing for a few years, and he's already sort of at that level, like just beneath you guys. And I think that's.
He won't like to hear that, but yes, I believe so. Yeah, but he's still doing very well. Like honestly, I was watching him today. I was thinking this guy's fucking insane.
Yeah,
but then he lost. Yeah.
Well, look, he's won one of the AQL. Right? He beat Dan, right?
Yeah,
I know,
right?
Like that's not many people can say that. So
no, it was good to get the win. Yeah. I watched some of Fraser's old videos on his rockets because a couple of years ago, or maybe a year ago, he said, "Cam, your rockets were good in 2013, but they're shit now." And the reason is because you don't move your fucking mouse enough on them. And you know what I said at the time? Now, fuck you, Fraser, you're wrong. But the fact is, he was correct. And I went back and watched how he was shooting it. He knew what to do to shoot good ground rockets in like 2011. So you know what I mean? He knew what most players in Australia don't know 14 years ago. Right. So, so I tried to do that.
To work for you, and your rocks all were looking fantastic. So,
I always felt like Dan hit a good one on me on BC. It was only a single one, but I was quite high up, so it was a good one.
Yeah.
But I hate it. It's not as good as the one Casper got on me the other day. That was fucking insane. I hate when that rocket's coming towards you and you just hope it's not hitting, especially in QC because sometimes it looks like it's going to miss and it still hits you.
But you get a few like that where, especially if you've got, you're playing on a little bit of ping as well, so it's like. You think it's going to be bypass you, it's like, no, direct hit. It's like, all right, whatever. And so you just deal with it. It's like, whatever, okay, fuck it, keep going.
I still plan to come to land. Like you said, I still got to qualify. Although, like I said, in my opinion, it's not too late to say I qualify from this split. And then the winner, if you're only playing 8 players, the winner of that tournament wins. I said the same thing to Shields the other day. I don't think it's too late to do that, personally. But, of course, if it's not, then I'll try my best to qualify as well. It is a big deal for me as well. Like, I'll probably get a bit sad, but, it's a big deal for me to come to that. You know what I mean? because
100%. Yeah, it's it's a big thing for you guys and your family as well. And
well, I'll be perfectly honest with you, mate. I hardly got out of bed for 6 months. You know what I mean? So
I can understand how hard it must have been for you, and that's why we're so glad, right, to see you, come back into this and be part of the community, because we all love you here, right? We're so glad to see you, especially coming in and then winning the tournament like this, and so we're super excited for LAN with you guys.
no, thanks. I appreciate that. Sorry, I got a bit sad. That's just normal, I guess.
100%,
But
I understand, man.
like even at the end there, where I was standing still on bail, I already had tears in my eyes. You know what I mean? It was just a fucking mess around online tournament. Didn't mean anything, but I still, I didn't jump up and down and celebrate, but I was glad that I won. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because
Oh, you always, it's a
because I
win's a
thought that I
win.
was going to win this tournament when I signed up for it, and
Okay.
of course, when you're playing against Danny King, you can never be certain you're going to win. Of course, no matter what. That guy could play on a fucking joystick and a Nintendo fucking DS screen. He'll still fucking get kills. You know what I mean? But yeah, no. So I was happy to win, and I think Fraser would have been happy with how I played. You guys know what he's like, though. You could win the World
There'd be some
Championship.
criticisms.
He'll still say you dog shit. Or the best you'll ever get out of him is, yeah, nice. That's it. You won't get anything more than that. So, no, I appreciate that. And a lot of messages from a lot of the guys. They really got around me. Some of the guys in the community, obviously since Fraser as well, but just in general, like I'm quite friendly with a lot of guys. I want to say some thanks to a few of the guys. Knight and Billy's talked to me a lot as well. There's one other person I can't. Bandit, I've talked to him a lot as well. And Donna as well. I still talk to him quite a lot. Knight and Donna in particular, they've done a lot for me. I owe them a lot. Like, I won't forget what they've done for me. So I just want to say thanks to those guys. And probably Lure as well for, watch them fucking teaching me how not to do dog shit peekers.
Well, thank you so much, Cam, for coming on and having a chat with us, and we appreciate it and the heart and all that. And as I say, we're excited to see you at LAN. So, if there's no one else you want to thank, we'll finish up here. And
that's what I say. Thanks to my family as well, and thanks to Fraser as well. I wouldn't be half the player that I am without him. And same goes for him. It was a two-way street. It wasn't just one-way street.
Yeah.
But well, we're just that's why I kind of missing at the moment because. It's different because when me and Fraser used to talk, Billy's sort of taken over my role of fucking talking shit about Quake and Donna. But the problem with Donna and Billy is they say, when I say I'm fucking insane, they say, yeah, Cam, you are insane. Whereas Fraser will just say, no, you shit. You know what I mean? So Fraser always used to say, Cam, you've played 15 years, you still don't know how to strafe jump. So stop talking, Cam. No worries. Thanks for that. I appreciate that. I want to say thanks to my wife as well, Erin. She's done so much for me over the 10 years I've known her. I know the Quake community doesn't know her, but she's just a beautiful woman. I'm so proud of her, and I love her a lot. So I just want to say thank you to her.
Is she coming to LAN with?
Nah, she's a teacher, so she probably won't be able to. I think my granddad's going to come along, but
perfect, awesome. So there'll be some more of the family there. That's awesome.
He won't come to the LAN. but he'll just hang around. You know what I mean? So
yeah, fair.
We'll see what happens anyway. Like I said, I'm still going to qualify. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
We'll see what we can do for you.
No worries. Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks, man. Thanks for coming along. All right, Des.
Congratulations again, mate.
So yeah, congratulations to Kama takedown. Well played to everyone. Div 1, you guys all were fantastic. Thank you for the matches throughout the season. They've all been phenomenal to watch. Thank you, Desbok, for tuning in every week and casting along with me.
We've still got more games to cast, mate. It's not over yet for Split 3.
Well, that's true. That's the end of Div 1, but we have got other divisions, so
5.
there's some more games. Plus, we'll have the last chance qualifier, so there will still be more happen before LAN. But as we say, LAN is pretty much bang on a month now. 28th, 29th, I believe, next month. So let's just
I'll be there. Sounds like Cam will be there. You'll be there. Hamer will be there. Get on down.
As we say, most of the tickets are sold out. There are still just a couple left. So if you do want to come along and play, message one of the admins. We will hook you up with a form to fill out. Other than that, you're welcome to come along as spectators. There will be, as Homer said earlier on, there will be a bar there, food and all that. There's going to be a grandstand, large display for watch everything that's going on. We'll be casting there as well still, so everything will be just like this but live, way more exciting. So do come along. Everyone is welcome. Run through some thank yous to everyone. So first of all, obviously, thank you to all the players playing between from all the divs, not just Div 1. We only put these events on because there are so many of you guys who do play and do show up and enjoy it, and it makes it worthwhile to do, right, for us. Thank you to everyone who's done any casting or streaming throughout the event. Obviously, we can only cover so many games and cast so many games ourselves here on the official channel. Also, thank you to Shaftastic anyway, even though they didn't cover this season. We wanted to get this channel just boosted a little bit because unfortunately they won't be able to be there for LAN. So that's why we've been on this channel, not the Shaftastic stream. But they did do the first 2 splits for us, so huge shout out to Rob and the team at Shaftastic for covering those for us. Big shout out, obviously, to the admin team, Shrilzy, Hamo, Knight, Lua. You guys have just done a fantastic job of organizing all this, getting everything going. The amount of work that's going into getting LAN set up. There's a huge amount of stuff in the background that's constantly going on. So huge shout out to them. Please make sure you chuck them a message in the Discord to thank them for all their work. And I think that pretty much covers everything. But if I've forgotten you, I'm sorry, and I appreciate it. Thank you all the viewers. That's what I've forgotten. Thank you all for tuning in. It makes these streams worthwhile. Having fun, people in chat, and it's just a great time. But that will be it. We are done for another season. Div 1 is finished.
Div 2, 3, 4, and 5 still to go. Are the finals for them going to be broadcast, or are they going to be?
I don't know if we've got an official stream, but we'll try and catch what we can. But things sort of games are happening all over the place. But yeah, so you do have an extra week for the Div 2 to 5. So please make sure you get your finals matches finished. We'll do a run through early next week and just check up how they're all going. And last but not least, too, if you'd like to donate to the prize pool for LAN, there is a QR code up in the top right-hand side of your screen there. You can chuck in a small donation if you would like to, all of which goes straight to the prize pool for the players.
Yeah, with that, I think everything that needs to be said has been said, and all the games that need to be played have been played.
Yeah, and that is us done for the night. Go to bed, everyone. It's getting late. It's 10:30. You got work tomorrow.
I can't. I've got a KDC game to play now.
All right, Dasmock's got a KDC. We're not going to bed. He's not going to bed. I'm going to go to bed soon. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in. We're going to call it there. Good night, everybody.
Ta-ta.